Greetings, stowaways. This episode comes with a content warning for disease, parasites, and vomit. Please note that the disease in question is entirely fantastical and bears no resemblance to any disease past or present. Thank you, and enjoy the show. Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons.
Fine, no one noticed. Don't worry.
I think you pulled it off there. Well done. Covered it seamlessly.
I am your host and Dungeon Master, Jason Phelps. And I am joined, as ever, by Robbie Encyclopspedia Bellekom.
Ooh.
Sam Thesaurus Rex Burns. And Ellie Dictionary and Balls Sparrow.
Yay, I like the balls weren't even part of the pun, like you didn't even try.
No.
My favourite part is how little you tried.
Would you believe that's where I started? I started with dictionary. It's like, how can I make better, smarter things from there?
I just put balls on the end. That's clever.
Well, it was just dictionary at first. It was like, I feel like I need something now.
You see, what you could have done is done the primary school keyboard thing and gone, dictionary.
Oh.
You never have those keyboards that did that?
No.
Yeah.
They used to be these ones that had a setting where every note was like a voice thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it would go, hur, hur, hur. One of them was dictionary. So if you pressed it, it would go, dig.
You just press it repeatedly.
Dig, dictionary.
Speaking of dicks, it's time for us to turn our attention to that to that prick in the future and demand of future Jason what messages from the present. It's future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you, as ever, by you. A massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/Flintlocks and Fireballs. Link in the description. We are an affiliate of Zavvi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. Once again, we're involved with the online group heist game Agent Venture, the most fun you can have on a Zoom call while keeping your shirt on. Pull off a heist, infiltrate a base, and save the world with only a laptop, an internet connection, and your socially distant friends. Check out the link in the description. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason. Am I just insulting myself with a 4-week delay? Yes, and he knows he deserves it.
Oh dear. What have you got planned for the next 4 weeks?
I do actually just have enough moustache to twirl.
What?
Just.
Only I
This
get
is
to see
excellent
it.
news.
Oh my
Only
god.
This is
Tiny
this is a moment. This is a
You
milestone.
need to grow out the edges so that you can get moustache wax and make it curly moustache.
And sell affordable car insurance,
Yes.
apparently.
Yes.
Oh no!
That is
is
your
that going to
future.
translate outside of the UK?
I think they have different insurance things in the US and elsewhere. They've
An insurance company hired an opera singer to be an annoying man with a curly moustache and sell affordable car insurance. Did I explain well?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's also
Excellent.
debatable whether it's affordable.
I think we're all just saying affordable car insurance because that's the tagline,
Yeah.
rather than it being
Yeah.
true. So, you know.
Oh no, the
Other insurers
advertising has
are
worked.
available. Indeed, potentially desirable.
Don't forget all of the sites on a price comparison site are owned by the same company. It's just a trick. So, life lessons out of the way, however.
Learning.
It's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously, on Flintlocks and Fireballs. The party have made their way to the town of Beer Barrel and to the enigmatic Institute, a secretive collection of researchers, scholars, and professors gathered together essentially to create an intensely focused research program founded on a bedrock, apparently, of kidnapping. Lots of kidnapping. Certainly dubious recruitment methods. However, the scientists within at least seem unwilling to leave, or at least sufficiently enticed otherwise, and the party have found that the Institute is of at least a comfortable prison, if nothing else. However, they've also discovered that the reason that the Institute and its attached arms wing, the 5 Points Manufacturing Company, seemingly behind all of those crates with gold stars on them, they found that the Institute has delayed the shipping of arms to the revolution in order to try and recover key members of staff who appear to have been abducted. Well, you know this for a fact, who have been abducted in a raid by a griffin riding a cheen, and carted away to what the party believe is an abandoned iron mine in Shatterback Reach, about 40 miles away. So 4 hours of travel by Phantom Steed or Kerberos. It is into this moment that we arrive. It is the 17th of Falling Leaves, 1798. It is just about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, having arrived at the Institute 2 hours before, and now beginning your ride hard to the east. So, my question is, with the ride in progress, who is on what kind of steed? Lady Grace and Vivienne, who are accompanying you, are both riding conjured horses. However, you have options. Kerberos can take a maximum of 4 riders, and you are able to conjure phantom steeds yourself, thanks to Scamp.
I'd probably go with Kerberos, actually.
I think Scamp's still doing the I can do magic too thing and conjuring a horse every time Vivienne does.
I mean,
Okay.
if you're conjuring horses, Celestia will totally take one, because, she's massive, and I imagine fitting on, a giant dog with 2 other people is not the best thing.
I mean, with one other person, actually, because it's just Corzin.
Yeah.
On the back of the giant dog. Don't forget, Kerberos is huge.
This is true.
And is able to take 4 human or halfling-sized passengers. But
I can go into the dog and make you a horse.
But the horses do come with saddles.
Yeah.
Which Kerberos does not. You have to ride Kerberos bareback, just gripping onto his fur.
Frankly, after our 8 hours of riding Kerberos, I feel like if there's another option,
You'd
totally,
take it.
yeah.
Yep.
If there isn't, though, Kerberos, but
Okay.
depends what Scamp's conjuring.
You take the...
I'll make you a
could always-
horse.
Yay!
You could
Thank
also
you.
hold on to the collar, couldn't you?
Yeah. That is indeed part of what you have been doing up to this point.
The person at the front
Yeah.
can hold on to the collar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Scamp and Corzin ride on dogback, gripping onto Kerberos's collar or fur, respectively. You take a horse, Viv and Lady
Sort
Grace.
of a horse.
for the reasons of time, will ride double on a horse, Phantom Steed, and begin racing forwards. So, you need... Kerberos begins bounding forwards, guided by the kind of tugs on his collar or fur that you give him. So, with that in mind, Corzin, I would like a survival check, please, from you.
Yep.
To track your way
survival.
to see how quickly you can traverse this terrain, essentially. Because at this point it's less about horse riding skills, because none of these horses are real, and more about your ability to find a good path through unfamiliar territory.
Okay, that's a 25.
Okay. You make excellent time. Excellent enough that you anticipate arriving within 3.5 hours rather than the full 4. You think you can manage to... by cutting off-road, because there are paths in places, and going straight across certain fields, keeping close to portions of natural terrain, avoiding riding into the wind, you can manage to gain a solid amount of time. The rest of the party follows your lead.
Kerberos has like 4-wheel drive.
Basically, yeah. Paws instead of hooves. As the day progresses, then, you find yourselves riding. You get a solid hour of riding through until it begins to approach 3 o'clock. You take shelter in the lee of a stand of trees, not high enough to conceal a flight of griffins. Not enough to conceal a flight of griffins, but enough to give you some shelter while you conjure up new horses. Kerberos just takes a bit of a break. The weather begins to resolve into what it's going to be for the rest of the afternoon. The clouds begin to grow overhead. There's not sign of solid rain coming, but the air is beginning to get a bit humid. There's the possibility of rain later, and certainly there is a lot of cloud cover. It is warm, as befits the Mediterranean sort of climate, and a steady wind picks up. Not strong enough to impose disadvantage on ranged weaponry, but strong enough that small unprotected flames like candles and so on run a risk of blowing out. It's a steady, stiff wind. But you keep said wind at your back, trusting to your skill to your skill with traversing many different terrains over your life. You gather up and head on out. As you ride, you find yourself starting to need to navigate by landmarks, rocks that stand out, things that are noted on the map you're using, small copses of woods, settlements, and the like. I'd like everyone to give me a perception check, please, to try and help spot these.
Uh-oh.
Okay, sight-based, so advantage?
Yes.
Ooh, that's non-terrible. That's an 18.
That's a 5. Gonna use a different dice next.
26.
26, okay. So, Celestia and Corzin, you are able to spot a sort of line in between a small community of settlements, sort of colonial wooden housing with farmland around it, and a distinctive sort of bend in one of the small streams that crisscross the area. Mm-hmm. That helps reset your bearings. You don't lose any time. You continue riding onwards and forwards. Scamp, roll a d6, please.
4.
4. Okay. 40 minutes into the second hour of travel then. You are in about 10 minutes or so, you know that you're going to need to start preparing the next set of horses. But as Kerberos is bounding his way forwards, Corzin, because you literally have eyes on the top of your head,
Yep.
and you rolled a 26, that means part of you is always watching the sky. And you notice, passing between... just remember, because there's quite a lot of cloud cover, there is a point where just passing through the bits of blue in between white, sort of low-hanging, kind of greyish clouds that are likely to rain soon, you spot what appears to be a dozen or more birds flying in formation. They seem to be kind of broadly heading east to west.
Right, so they're coming at us.
Yes, Corzin's the only one who spots this immediately, though.
Right, okay, I'll say this. Alright, we've got a flight of birds, 11 o'clock high.
Well, is that bad? The birds not... Are they weird birds?
Can't tell how big they are at this rate, but they're flying in formation, which suggests either they're migrating, not likely this time of year, or they're flying in formation because they're a part of an attack wing.
Well, they like geese.
Well,
Corzin,
we know the Achin use animals a lot.
Rolling a what, sorry?
Nature check, please.
Nature. So good at this. Oh, that's cocked.
Dear.
Okay, okay, that's a 9.
A 9. Okay. They peering up. They appear to be, as far as you can tell, it's hard to tell because the sun is kind of peeking through the clouds and getting your eyes, and you only see them for a bit. You think they're eagles.
Oh.
Looks like they're eagles. We might want to see if we can get to cover.
Yeah,
just for a bit.
let's try and hide.
I mean, if they're eagles, they don't use... That's a predator. They don't go in big groups like that, do they?
No,
Do
not
they?
unless they're trained to fly in big groups like that because they're being ridden.
Okay.
Yep.
You start moving to try and get to cover. However, at about the point that you start changing your direction, trying to head towards a cause and roll luck check.
Okay.
Oh dear.
14.
14. There is a point where basically the... Okay, so I'm going to say that at this point you are riding along near a river, but like not a big river. Just it's basically like a wide stream.
Yeah.
And it's one of those areas where the plains are actually kind of raised above the level of the stream. Like this stream has run for a long time through a bit of soft rock around harder rock and soil. So it's actually carved out like a little gully. And I do mean like a little one, like probably 8 foot deep. So, like, tall enough that you could that a person, that a fully sized human could get down there and not be seen like from the plains. Just a feature of the geography. You might have seen like rivers and things like this in life, like in your own life. There is an overhang around where some of the topsoil is still in place. So that would actually make a good place to try and take cover. There is an overhang, though, and it would make a good place to take cover and try and conceal yourself. So with a 14, it's close enough that you can get to it within a double... Essentially, within a double dash of Kerberos and the horse's movement at full speed. It's like 100 feet away.
I'm going to point out the overhang and say, make for the overhang.
Okay.
All of you try to make for the overhang. At this point, then, you see a number of shapes pierce through the cloud above. And I'm actually going to ask... I'm going to say, can everyone give me either animal handling, I guess, or just straight, or if you want to try and leap off your mounts, acrobatics or athletics checks, please. Actually, maybe acrobatics rather.
Acrobatics, if you want to try and...
Yeah. Acrobatics, or if you want to leap off your mount or Kerberos and try and get into cover that way. Animal handling, if you want to try and ride, if you want to try and guide your steed down into the gully. Because although the creatures are not real and do respond to your will, you still need to ride them a bit.
I think it's got to be animal handling, because otherwise we're just going to, end up with, a random horse, and we're obviously there because our horse with a saddle is there. So,
Makes sense.
17. Or at least that's my decision. Don't take that as the one that everyone has to make.
Okay.
That is an 11 animal handling.
Okay.
That's a 15 animal handling.
Okay, so the pair of you together managed to urge Kerberos into the gully. Celestia, your phantom steed, but actually it doesn't make any sound, so it's just creepily silently lands in the gully, as does the steed that Viv and Lady Grace are riding.
As soon as we're in cover, I'll dismiss Kerberos because I can just bring him straight back.
Okay, yep. Bonus action, you just dismiss Kerberos and you grab the collar. Scamp, you slip to the ground quickly. Okay, I will say then, because you all have at least half cover from this current position, because you're sheltered by the overhang. The gully itself is not terribly wide, it's deep, it's moderately deep, but I'm going to say it's 50, not even 15 foot wide, 10 foot wide. You can all just about fit one on either side with a stream running in between you. But you do see, piercing through the cloud, a number of shapes descending. So I'm going to say that you actually see 21 shapes pierce the cloud.
That's a lot.
And shoot down. They are descending quickly. They will be with you, or at least within close enough range to become relevant. In one more round, because you used a round to get to shelter, get to cover. And as they descend, you are now able to see more clearly what these eagle-like figures are. And eagle-like is best, because because they do have eagle wings and eagle heads and even eagle-like forelimbs, but the back parts of their bodies and their tails are closer to those of a cat, of a great cat. In fact, as you see them descend, there's something about the coloration and the patterning of them, which is quite sort of straw-coloured and white and brown, that makes you think of mountain lions. In fact, when I'm describing this, you probably think of two separate creature parts. It's not like that. The head is definitely avian. It has a strong eagle-like pattern to it. But as the crest of feathers descends down its neck, they give way to small, kind of fluffy down, which blends, which looks almost like fur or hair. Here we go. Covering the until you reach the four limbs, and all of which have kind of claws at the end of them, but the musculature of those claws, of the limbs leading to the claws, is closer to that of a lioness. Or a lion in some cases. Some of them have bigger kind of feather crests than others. These six-limbed creatures are griffins, and they are saddled. You see upon the backs of each of these creatures brightly coloured, at least as far as their skin is concerned, figures, some of whom have feathery elements themselves. You recognise the distinctive red, blue, green, yellow, white and black skin tones of a chin flying down from above, but their garb is different to the clothing that you've seen before, at least the clothing that you've seen in the Panukiachin. Whereas, to a certain degree, the Panukiachin were, I suppose I want to say, dressed not so much, not really dressed for war. You saw a lot of people who of essentially farmers and city folk. They liked to. Just find their clothing notes. They tended towards like simple shirts, sleeveless vests, broadly bright mixes of colours and striated black lines. However, these Achin are all wearing a single colour, a distinctive bright yellow, cut through with lines of black patterning. They are wearing. And several of them appear to be wearing armour as well. Those at the front, you can see yellow and black long coats and tunics, sleeveless, but with leather forearm guards, baggy trousers tucked into high leather boots, and peaked, swept-back pointed helmets, one of which at the front has a red plume. They are wearing what Corzin would identify, having seen like historical armor like this in not unlike this in Jova. It's kind of gone out of fashion there. Lamella, basically hardened plates of leather stitched onto a fabric backing. The leather plates themselves dyed yellow as well, and there are black patterns, sometimes just swirling, sometimes just lines, some swirls, and the one with the red plume. All of them have some level of black patterning on the yellow, sometimes simple lines, often swirls, and the one at the front with the red plume has a set of swirling black patterns that, Corzin, only with your extra focal points and your many eyes are you able to look like stylized griffins.
Oh, so this is craftsmanship.
Yeah, and you are, and it's no surprise to guess that the one at the front is the leader. You can make out the coloration of their skin and hair. They have scarlet skin, red gold hair rather than feathers in this case, and golden irises. You can just make out. Actually, I think that's about all you would be able to make out from this point. We'll describe more as they get close. And they are wielding, like the front kind of ranks of this descending band, a long Achin glaive, kind of long enough to function like a lance as well.
Right.
Several.
Makes sense.
You mark 8 lancers total in this group. The one who at the front also has a trailing red band of cloth and a trailing green band of cloth at the front and back of her lance as well, of her glaive, which you would guess is probably serves a function. There are the rest of them seem to be more lightly armoured, just thick clothing rather than the hardened lamella, and wielding for the most part bows, what look like cavalry bows. However, a small handful of them are wielding carbines instead.
Interesting.
And they have definitely spotted you and are definitely racing down towards to engage. So, you have 1 round before they make contact. Is there any preparation you wish to do? Anything you want to do in this 1 round?
I don't suppose they want to be friends, do they?
If I've already taken cover...
Love to be friends. Go on, Corzin, sorry.
Yeah. I was just thinking, I am going to prepare, but not actually discharge Conjure Barrage.
Okay.
I might do something mental. Hang on. No, I need a minute for that. God damn it.
Alas. While you're
I might invoke Unbreakable Majesty.
Okay. Remind me of the effects of that.
So it's the new one.
Aha.
So basically for the next minute, so I'll do it when they're reasonably near. It's a DC 18 charisma check to try and attack me.
Okay.
If they fail to save... Oh, charisma save, sorry. If they fail to save, they have to move the target or waste the attack.
Okay.
Basically. So... I imagine what that looks like is all the stuff that is currently rainbow on Celestia. Just the rainbow spirit sort of like enters her and it glows up and she looks like a fucking rainbow David Bowie alien.
Okay.
Joy.
The rainbow spirit's many tendrils and strands just plunge into you, and you just glow like a rock star.
Shira music plays. Yeah.
Dramatic guitar music plays. Potentially, literally.
Yeah, a little bit when it happens,
Yeah.
I feel. Yeah.
Okay, so that's Celestia's prepped, Corzin's prepped, Scamp. Anything you want to do?
How far away are they?
They are descending fast at the start of the next round. They are probably going to be 160 feet away.
That's a long way. So what are they now?
Okay, one moment. So they are just full on dropping at full speed. So
Gravity assisted.
gravity assisted dropping. They will be at once the fall becomes controlled again. They will be at 160. They're currently at this instant 480 feet up.
I've also just
in the process of descending down to 160.
I need 240.
I suppose you could hold an action.
I have an idea.
Oh, yeah?
We could send to them, see if there's any chance of not fighting.
Well, I was going to go for a message when they got 240 feet away.
That's a good idea. Maybe you do that. That's less spells.
But you might be a bit more persuasive than me, but yeah, less spells.
I mean, I'm doing fine on spells. It's up to you.
We don't know what we're doing today.
Okay, this is all happening in 6 seconds. So I'm going to say that's the most conversation you can get out.
You know what?
Is...
I've done inspiration, so
Yeah.
let's scamp.
Yeah. So, Scamp, you're holding a message.
Hold a message.
Okay. In which case, I will say Lady Grace turns... I think Lady Grace and Viv both dismount. Viv slaps the horse on the hindquarters, and it bounds away 60 feet to get away from the immediate fight, and starts readying herself. Lady Grace is just going to turn to you, Celestia. May I borrow your sword?
Yep.
Just draws the rapier straight out of your belt.
It's fine, I'm not going to use it.
And reaches down. And reaches down and draws Corzin what appears to be a 6-chambered revolving pistol from her ankle.
Okay. Similar to the one
Similar to the one you have.
Very nice.
Okay.
So, the at this point, then, that's the Griffin Riders shooting down, descending. They are quite wide spread out, even as they descend in a wing, just enough that it would be hard to get more than 2 of them in a fireball. Because sensible tactic.
Because they're not dumb.
They're not dumb.
This is a world full of fireballs.
Yes. You send your message. To whom do you send and what do you send?
Oh, to the leader.
Okay.
I am going to message. We're really not in the mood for the fight. We'd rather not kill every single one of you today.
Roll an
Could you
intimidation
please
check.
just leave? I'm going to use tides, because that's not really my strong
You
point.
can't.
Oh no,
Tides
is it not
still
active?
up.
Is it already
but-
active? Damn it!
No,
I lose
sorry.
track.
So just...
Oh dear. Just straight intimidation. Oh dear.
Just straight intimidation.
That's an 11.
They think it's
I'm
a
not very
random small
intimidating.
child in their brain.
Okay. You hear... No tap ne tap tip tiada. Actually, sorry, that'd be no tap ne tiada. You don't know if they don't speak Jovan, or if they would, or if they don't care to speak Jovan, but it sounded like an insult.
Worth try.
That they don't know to fear you yet. Okay, so top of the round. Can I have everyone roll initiative, please?
Okay.
That is a dirty 20. Could have done with that on the bloody... Never mind.
13. I'm not on it.
13. Sorry, what was yours, Corzin?
23.
23. Ho ho! Okay. In which case, then, Corzin. At the top of the round, the spread out in the moment of descending.
Yep.
All 21 Griffin Riders are round about 160 feet over you, I believe. Although, actually, let's just check this, because it might be that some are closer on their round. Because I do actually have some specific notes. Yep, they all start. They almost all start 160 feet up. Some of them actually. I'm going to say that the ones with bows are 160 feet down, and the ones with lancers are actually going slightly behind them. So there's an interesting formation where the marksmen are spreading out in a wide circle around a central knot of lancers who are actually now pulling behind the marksmen. So they appear to be going ranged weapons first.
So essentially they're like a descending cavalry charge right now, aren't they?
Pretty much, with the bowmen coming first.
How far from one end to the other?
Pretty wide. So pretty wide, although it's they're kind of descending like a pair of discs almost. Because they are deliberately wide enough out that they're not going to need to worry about they're deliberately far enough apart from each other to avoid getting fireball any more than 2 or at most 3 getting fireballed. It's pretty wide. The outer circle is probably 120 foot diameter at its most.
Okay, I figured that.
Yeah.
Right. I am gonna have to just hold position until they're within 60 feet, and then let the conjure barrage go.
Okay, you're
at whatever can be caught in a 60-foot cone.
okay. We'll find out whether that happens this round then. So,
Wait till you see the colour in their eyes.
indeed. Okay, the first people to go then are the marksmen. So
they got over 20. Bastards.
They got over 20. The outer range of the outer range of sort of outer circle of griffins keep flying down until they get within 80 feet of you, kind of momentarily, like some going like lower than 80 feet to the ground, but all within 80 feet of their chosen targets. As this is happening, the one the one with the red plume in the knot of lancers begins spinning her lance in specific ways, signalling with the red and green flags. So she points to some of you. So she's going to pick the obvious targets. She got a message. She wasn't able to see. She cannot identify who the source of the message is just from the message. So she just knows someone called her up, which means that she's going to go for the obvious targets. 1, 2. Got it. All right. So let's divide up these. I'm actually rarely, despite the number of people, I'm not going to use my barrage rules here. I'm going to do these blow by blow. So, we've got 12 marksmen in the air. Let's go for 4-4-4, split accordingly. 4 of these are going against Celestia. So these, is it melee attacks only or any attack? Do they have to succeed as a charisma save?
I think any.
Any? Got it.
Yeah, I've just written attack me, but I mean,
I think it's probably any, but I am just going to check.
I think it's any, otherwise it seems pointless.
Certain
Is it
things
one
are
of
like...
those it's phrased like weapon attack?
Yeah. I just need to check whether it's melee attacks only or not. I think it's all attacks.
I'm pretty sure it's all attacks.
Unbreakable Majesty. Yep, tries to attack you for the first time on a turn. You good?
Yep.
So they're going to make They're all going to make charisma saves or pick a different target. So saves first. No, your save DC is 18, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. No. So all right. Well, they are all in range of other targets. So I'm going to say these attacks will get distributed against probably Corzin and Scamp. The split between
I
them.
feel guilty, but you have more hit points than me.
Yep. The next 4 attacks, however.
Oh yeah, this is a very, very good use of your time.
The next 4 attacks, however, are going to go against Viv, who is wearing mage rings, and the captain seems to know what she's doing. So these are all. Yeah, okay, those broadly hit, I believe. So, sugar, that's a good point. I forget, most of these are actually making double attacks as well, because they shoot twice with their short bows, but some of them shoot once with their carbines. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so to a degree, for them, the short bows are actually a little bit more dangerous. So, 1, 2, 3... 4. Yeah, 4 of the attacks hit Viv. And for the most part, these are short bow attacks. So Viv takes as 3. She dives to the side, getting cut by a couple of the arrows. Actually, no. A couple of the arrows come down. They don't cut her because her arcane shield springs up and deflects them, but does take a battering in the process. So I'm going to say 3 arrows and 1 shot with a carbine spring off for a total of blimey neck, 38 damage. And that is enough to break her defensive wall. So one of the arrows slices her as well. Okay. Then it's time for attacks against Corzin and Scamp. Because they're rather foolishly not taking the one lady with a pistol and a rapier seriously. In fact, that's probably valid. The pistol doesn't have that much range. So against Corzin, these are. What's your current? No, that's fine. 4 shots strike you as they descend within 80 feet. And by the way, this is like a weird rose, because they all fly down to within 80 feet of you, circle, shoot, and then fly back out to 160 feet away, circling around. Okay. Bear in mind, all of your armor class is 2 higher, so a 16 won't hit Corzin.
Nope, that doesn't hit me in the normal course of things.
No, but the others were 21 or up.
Yep, they'll all hit then.
Yeah. So you do take damage from arrows slicing past you. Mostly just the exhaustion of avoiding them, but one of them does cut your arm, and you take a total of 33 points of damage. Because these are capable archers.
Yeah.
Alright, then it's...
I am in trouble.
Yeah. Scamp. Same problem. A series of bow shots rain down. Does 15 hit your armor class with that +2 from cover?
Yes.
Okay, in which...
My IC is 12 usually.
Yeah. In which case... Oh, one of those was a crit as well. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hit you. So
We do need to do something about my AC. It has not improved since episode 1.
Wow. 15.
Yeah.
And that 3 is doubled. So 21 and 6 hit. So yeep. You take 51 points of damage from arrow fire.
Ooh.
Say that again, I missed the number. You went a little crackly.
Sorry, you take 51 points of damage. And roll 2d100s, please. Your tides discharge.
Uh, 65 and 20.
Okay, you feel the choice of... You get that lightning charge sensation that you got once before, which which would only affect people within 30 feet of you, which is not particularly helpful. Or a sense of becoming extremely oily.
Well, that is really unhelpful in both cases.
Although, as established, you can just ground the electrical charge in the rocks.
I'd like it to look super impressive and just, strike the ground in several places.
Okay, you do. You smack the ground and... just create...
Because casting grease is not a good plan.
No, but as 3 bolts of arcs of lightning strike out and hit the ground, it does look very impressive. And versus Lady Grace, two of the shots do come close enough to Lady Grace that she has to duck and dodge out of the way. Her coat is cut and there's a little bit of blood, but she manages to avoid the worst of it. Which brings us to Scamp. The marksman pull back to 160 feet away.
So, what's the closest thing to me at this point?
At this point, everything is 160 feet or further, but you can see that the lancers look like they might be are still descending, even though they're a bit slower. You roll an insight check.
16.
They're not going to... that 16 is enough. You would guess that the lancers aren't planning to come to the ground on this turn. They're slowing their descent. They'll probably get closer than the marksmen currently are, but they are not. But they're not going to come within melee.
Okay, how far away is the leader?
The leader is with the lancers, so is at this specific moment is 240 feet away.
Oh dear, the temptation to do something incredibly dumb is very strong. No, it'll get me killed. It's that kind of stupid.
Oh no.
All right.
But it's very tempting. Because Dimension Door goes 500 feet.
That's yes, that is an option.
That's so dumb. So dumb. There's no good from arriving on one of these griffins.
Well, if you can unseat one, maybe.
Everything's too far away. Everything I want is 120 feet, and they're not coming that close.
I've dealt with spellcasters before, clearly.
Yeah, I'm kind of rubbish at this range if they're all spread out. I can do one at a time, and that seems a little on the pointless side.
Is it like a hard limit on these spells, or is it like disadvantage to hit?
Oh, it's hard limit.
Spells
Yeah,
always hard
spells
limit.
are
Weapons
always
have
hard limit.
disadvantage range.
Yeah, I've got some fun stuff, but I need to be within 120 feet. And it's all concentration, so I can't fly up there. So I'm just going to waste a very high-level spell doing something very stupid.
Okay.
I'm going to do a 5th level chromatic orb at the leader.
Hello.
Okay. Roll
It's been a
attack.
while.
Yes.
How far away was she? Do I need to distance
240
this? I think
feet,
probably...
so...
Yeah, I need to distance it, because my range is 180? Yeah, 180.
Yeah.
So there goes some more sorcery
Yeah.
points.
Unless you want to,
Okay,
unless
I'm
you want
gonna-
to hold action in case she gets closer, but
No! I want to try and tempt her to come closer just through rage, but I don't think it's going to work.
okay.
Right. Also, I'm not holding a 6th level spell just in case. That could be such a waste. Right, I'm nervous to roll this. Okay, I'm using tides. Ah, that's a natural 20.
Yes!
Yes.
Okay, tides are back up, and you as she is in the process of signaling, you launch a ball of what element are you using?
We don't know anything about a chin resisting anything, do we?
No.
From anything.
No.
I'm going to stick with lightning since that just happened.
With an orb of ball lightning. Striking up and smashing her right in the armor plating. Roll me roll me damage, please.
Lot of d8s.
Yeah.
Lloyd.
It's been a while. I haven't gathered this many d8s in a while. I need level 5. That
None
is
of the dice are d8s
7.
when you want them to be.
Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
70.
Jesus.
Okay, 10, 28, 34. But it was a crit,
Yep.
so that is 68.
Okay. You smash the captain of these Sky Raiders right in the chest. She kind of sways in place for a moment and then slumps over in her saddle.
Nice.
Is she unconscious?
Unconscious, dead, you can't tell.
Oh no.
But she didn't have 66 hit points. At least as far as you can tell.
Can I also quicken a thaumaturgy and shout something?
You certainly can.
Yes.
Nice.
Please go away. Just go.
Okay,
Just leave.
Roll another intimidation check, please.
Oh no. Oh, that's a 15.
Okay. Okay, well, you've taken out their leader before she can use any of her abilities, because she didn't roll that well in initiative. So certainly they seemed the lancers and the marksmen seem to react to what you've just done. How they react is going to depend on their turn, because we have more people who can act before that happens. So,
I feel a bit bad.
So Celestia.
How far up are they right now?
The marksmen are 160 feet away, very spread out. The lancers are currently 240 feet away, descending, but also spread fairly far out.
Okay. So I'm gonna flip the guitar out to my front, do a big power chord, and up from the currently glowing rainbow Celestia there comes a big fucking bolt of lightning into the sky, and a big cloud appears 100 foot above us, with a 60-foot radius. And yeah, if I can hit anyone, I will. If I won't, I'll hold it.
So the cloud appears.
It's 100 foot above, and it's got a 60-foot radius.
100 foot
My
above.
plan was to hurt their visibility a bit,
Cool, got it. So
because then they can't go above it and be able to see us, because it's a big fucking storm
Yeah,
cloud.
no, they're going to have to either go through it, which
really
might be a bad
That's a
idea,
really
or
good
go
idea.
around it,
Yeah.
which is
Through
going to
it,
slow
they'll
down
get
their speed.
hit with lightning,
Okay,
hopefully.
60-foot radius means that the lances are completely blocked from sight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I'm doing it at level 4 for a bit more damage,
Cool.
just for the record.
And the marksmen are kind of circling around the very edge of it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're because of the height they are traveling in Pythagoras. I will say that by sheer chance, 4 of them are technically just underneath it enough that you could make an attack against them.
Okay, I can do anyone within 5 feet of a thing, so is that one of them?
One of them and their mate.
Let me check what save they need to make. That is... Oh no, dex save. If you would.
Okay, dex save.
Yeah, I'll do the one that looks the most threatening.
Ooh, interesting. Roll an insight check, please.
Okay. 5?
One of them, one of these marksmen is carrying a carbine. Looks a little bit henchier than the others.
Scary, that one.
Okay.
Okay, so 15, 22. Wow. 32 on 4d8.
Okay.
Wow.
I rolled 2 10s, kids.
Okay.
And the other ones
let's
were pretty good too.
just
4d10,
see-
not 4d8.
Okay. Well, the good news
40-10,
for them
sorry,
is it's
yeah.
not
Yeah,
enough.
otherwise you rolled straight 8s, which would be
No,
amazing.
The good news
they're
for them
10s. It's because you've just been talking about d8s. That's
is
what I'm
it's
doing.
not quite enough to kill the griffin in one go. But as the lightning bolt strikes down, you hear a cry from above, and one of the marksmen collapses into their saddle.
Just gonna shout up at the sky because I don't have like a bonus action spell to make it louder. Just gonna go, do you really want this fight? Because we could just stop here and that would be fine. Enough now.
Okay. We'll see how they respond to that. Lady Grace is going to hold, actually. She just points the pistol at the sky, takes cover under the shelter, and waits. The Lancers are going to go. I need to roll a check for them. Okay. You have struck their captain right in the chest, taking them out in a single shot. You've just conjured a powerful thunderstorm. You've clearly demonstrated that you can take one of them out in a single go with a lightning strike. There are a number of other powerful, you're pretty intimidating in general. This is maybe not and they have just lost their main leadership. Anyone who wants to roll a perception check, please.
Okay.
Okay. Advantage because sight.
Yes.
3!
That was so nearly a 2, but it rolled onto an 18, so that is a 23.
25.
Okay. Corzin and Celestia, you just make out. You hear and see. You hear some sort of distant calls or shouts, which are like kind of eaten by the wind, so they're very faint. But you do notice several of the marksmen looking up at something over the cloud. And you got 25, didn't you? Who got 25?
Corzin, I think.
Corzin.
I did.
You just
really
make
need to
out the
ask?
sight of griffins of a loose knot of griffins and their riders flying up and away. So this is not the fight they came to have.
I think they're breaking off.
Good.
Okay, one last thing though. Okay. Oh, who do they fear more? Who are they more concerned by? Celestia, roll a. Your perception check was high enough actually for this. Mm-hmm. You notice one of the riders in the marksman group does not. One of the riders in the marksman group does not actually have a carbine, or at least what you thought might have been a carbine instead of a bow. But you notice is actually a rod of some sort. What looks like a... They're blue-skinned, have black hair and sky blue irises. Like the other marksmen, they're in yellow and black long coat and tunic with light leather forearm guards, but theirs are wrapped with a distinctive black and bright blue cloth, and they are wielding a club or rod carved to resemble the head of a hawk at the end. They seem to point the rod towards you for a moment, as if considering, and then seem to hear or notice something, look up, swing the rod around to signal, and turn their griffin to fly. As they fly up, they point backwards and to something atop over the cloud, obscuring cloud you've created. And you, Celestia, you just make out, and maybe Corzin as well, just make out the glimpse of something silvery blue pass to where they first point and then away above the cloud. And the marksman that you downed with lightning seems to struggle up and grab hold of their reins and turn their griffin away.
Not dead then.
No. So, I think for the sake of... Viv is going to just hold for a moment, readying to act. Corzin, you can see the marksmen are preparing to... seem to have been given an order, which you would guess is to retreat. Do you want to do anything? Or hold just in case?
I am going to hold just in case. Okay. Essentially, I've still got the counter barrage up. I'm not going to use it unless they very rapidly change their tactics.
Several of the marksmen look ready to go in for another shot, but there is another... You can hear shouting and another rapid signalling with the hawk-headed rod before they turn. Before, perhaps with more than a bit of grudge, they kind of... they put their spurs to their griffins. Well, though they don't actually seem to have spurs. Turn and fly up and around using the cloud you've conjured to cover their retreat up to the cloud level. Unless you decide to pursue them, combat is over.
Well, they very much know we're here.
Yes.
They should have listened when we said go away to start with.
They might not have understood our language.
They also had no reason to fear us. That has now
Hopefully
changed.
we've now given them one.
Now, I can't remember, Corzin. Are you meant to leave arrows in, or you pull them out? Because I've got,
No, hold on.
3 or 4.
Oh,
Hang on, hang on.
5, 5. There's another one
Leave the
there.
head in, I'll break the shaft off. Hang on. Right. Can you
Got
pass me
magic.
my medicine back here?
Oh, I see spots. Ow.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna use a well, actually, it'd probably just be quicker to give them a healing potion, wouldn't it?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, if you want to use your charges from your kit, you're going to be using up. You'll be using up a short rest essentially.
Nah, it's fine.
I mean, if we're doing a...
It's up to you. If you want to take a short rest, you can though.
How fucked are you? Do we
But-
need a rest?
There,
I feel like maybe 50%. I'm fine.
you have gained half an hour of speed because of Corzin's good tracking. However, if you do take a short rest, it will be past sundown by the time you arrive.
Nope. Let's keep moving.
Get
Ding!
a potion.
Oh,
need
whoops! I've done a healing word.
Okay.
I'll at
you
least
don't get a
dress
choice
the
in this.
wounds.
So that's actually really good. You get... How do adding 13
Ooh, lovely. That's
is a level 2 healing word.
57. Okay, yeah, that's decent.
Just when Corzin has pulled some arrows out and directs me that it's the
Yeah.
right time.
Just going to check how Viv is doing. So
Oh yeah, Viv, how are you doing?
Yeah, do
after
you need
her-
magic?
after her arcane ward, she took an additional 16 damage. So she does look kind of lightly wounded. She's definitely she's got a nasty gash from one of the arrows. But she kind of looks at. I mean, I would not say no, but if you are worried about being short on spells,
I'm not sure on spells
Potion.
yet, but there are a lot of them.
thank you. She does.
I'll give her a healing potion.
She does take one, so I'll just restore some hit points to her. Oh, she rolled well.
Excellent.
Excellent. Well, she gets a full 10 back from that, which I think is the
Nice.
max from a standard.
I think
That's
so.
not
Yeah.
bad, actually, yeah.
And she pours a little bit onto the wound, drinks the rest. Thank you. Much appreciated.
No problem.
Suppose it's times like this that that little mithril vial thing will be useful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're telling me.
Well, the good news is they didn't shoot any of the horses.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Always
Right,
helpful.
let's,
Saves us a bit of time.
All right.
let's get Kerberos back up.
Lady Grace has been just calmly putting a little binding around the cut she's received.
Do you need any healing?
No, not worth the expenditure at this stage.
Cracking. Save it for later.
Okay, you all gather yourselves up and begin making the race onwards. So they travel pretty fast, but not as fast. But actually, fun fact: at full speed, the Griffins only really travel a little bit faster than Kerberos does. They have an edge. They have a bit of an edge in time over you because they don't have to stop and reconjure horses.
We'll worry about terrain.
So I'm going to say you are actually able to follow the path through the sky here and there of the retreating griffins. They're high up, but you know what to look for, and you do indeed see them heading towards Shatterback Reach.
Oh, I thought that'd probably be the case. That's a little irritating.
Yep.
You
Well,
estimate.
it makes sense, but we at least know where they are. For definite now.
You estimate 20 minutes ahead of you.
This might be mad, but we don't necessarily mean them any harm, do we?
Not
No.
directly, but I don't think they're just going to give up the hostages they've taken.
No.
But we've also got this potential of an illness that's spreading.
That's the thing, like, would they give up the hostages for help?
Also, they've aligned themselves with someone who is going to be really unhelpful for them in the long run.
True, but do they know that?
Like, what was that person's name? I've forgotten it again. The spy master.
Steinsfeld. I believe that.
That does-
Steinsfeld.
That sounds
Wait,
familiar. Why is that
Wasn't
familiar?
that the colonel we encountered back? Help me out here, Jason.
As in
Last
leaving
week?
the Panican Forest.
Yeah.
Hang fucking on, we killed him.
Who went splash?
You killed
Yeah.
Colonel Steinsfeld.
A
says
bit.
Lady Grace.
Yeah.
Well, that's. I don't know whether Jacob is going to be pleased or annoyed.
But that was the day with Belloc, wasn't it? Am I going mad?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. No,
That was it.
You killed noted adventurer archaeologist Herr Belloc.
No.
No.
Actually, I just sort of mind controlled him for the next year.
and handed him over to the people he was stealing from.
Yeah, he can't steal for a year now.
If they've got laws that he's broken, that's their business, but we didn't do anything to him.
It was an
I
accident.
mean, we did a lot to him, but he did live.
I didn't realise it would last that long.
Lady Grace shrugs as if gives a nod and a shrug as if this is like probably crossing a line, but also understandable.
Got angry.
I quite
And
understand.
he did live,
Yeah.
which lots of other people didn't. So, you know,
It's a weird day.
yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then
Why are they still talking about him then?
well, how long ago did you kill him? And you said it was where, in the forest? It was. By the way, it was the
Forest.
sixth of falling leaves. So you killed him just over a week ago.
Yeah.
We've already forgotten him mostly.
Well, you only
We
met him
are
once.
the worst.
It was like a week ago.
Yeah,
In the woods.
character.
That might be not enough time for them to realise he's gone.
No.
So
Especially
maybe they're
if
looking
he
to
was
make
out
some
of
new
town.
friends.
What was that?
They might want some new friends now.
That's
If
what
their
I
old
was
friend
thinking.
went splat a little bit.
I mean, I
True.
could send.
You did talk. You heard some people talking. You heard names.
I mean, I've seen them now. I think that's enough, isn't it?
You have seen them. You can visualize who to send to quite clearly.
I think.
And there was-
Yeah. Now that I've seen them,
There was
it should
also the
work.
ones in the in your scrying though that you got names from.
Very true.
You're having this conversation, by the way, in the process of conjuring your next set of horses after the existing
Yeah.
ones you met.
But I mean, we could
This
have
one
sent
looks like a
diplomacy.
porcupine. Yeah, we could. It might be nice to not go in and kill everyone.
I really don't want to, and also it just seems. I don't
Seems
know.
like a waste, and
Yeah.
like it's just going to keep causing problems. We're not here to keep fighting wars.
I have no interest in killing a load of people. I just want ours back.
The people
Yeah.
of Beer Barrel might appreciate it, but you make a point as well.
Well, if we could negotiate some sort of arrangement other than what's currently happening, which isn't really helping anyone in the long run.
Lady Grace pinches the bridge of her nose.
Sorry, we make things complicated when we don't want to just smash through things with lightning.
Do you believe? She addresses this to all of you, but she's looking at Celestia as she says this. That were you able to, you could solve this problem diplomatically.
We've done worse. As in, I think we've solved worse problems diplomatically. I think.
I think this one needs solving diplomatically at some point.
Yes, why not now?
like, we've had a little, like, think about the future and what's going to happen, and it's not going to end well for the Attune if something doesn't change. And I think most of the changing needs to happen on the side of the new folks who have come in and made a mess. But maybe it starts here?
Well, it all depends on what they want, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Also depends if they'll give us a chance.
Yeah. If not, there's
Idealistic,
always lightning.
but I suppose I am one to talk.
I don't... Well, frankly, I think we might have been random travellers when they attempted assaulting us. Which would make sense, because... everyone around here has rejected them, so they raid.
Isolated targets, there were
Isolated
more of them.
targets who looked reasonably wealthy. Why wouldn't you
Yep.
go for us?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean
I
that
don't
they
hold
know
a
what we're
grudge.
here for.
Well, I suppose murder is always a second option. Very well. Viv, the potion. Vivienne pauses in the process of aligning her spell components, unshoulders her backpack, and kind of reaches through, takes out just like a little travel case full of little drawers. Starts running down them.
My bag had drawers.
Here we go. Now, have I got it filed under D? Yes, there we go. There. Pulls out a very small file. It's almost like perfume bottle small. Like not like perfume bottle, but like, you know, the perfume samplers.
Yeah,
They give you like
Yeah.
2 uses tops.
the little teeny ones.
Yeah, the teeny ones.
I always
Yeah.
love those. I think they're cool.
It is a filled with a yellowish viscous liquid with a distinct pinkish tone, and catches the light oddly. Just something about it. It seems like it almost bends the light at right angles.
Ooh.
And there is just a tiny shred of some sort of pinkish, greyish, kind of hard to tell through the colour, flesh in it.
What is that?
Potion of tongues. Very expensive.
Perfect.
Well, for most people. She holds the tiny potion out for one of you to take.
Celestia, you should take that.
Yeah, if you're going to send,
shouldn't
you
I?
should take that.
This will give you 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
It is not impossible to replace, but we usually have to wait for another worm flight because it is made from dragon tongue.
Oh.
Dragons speak with the tongues of all creatures.
Did the dragon mind?
I imagine it was probably dead at the time.
It's probably not.
I don't know if... Commodore Horhace, you've probably lived through a worm flight. Young dragons are pests, and if they live long enough, they become threats.
I feel like people have said that about me before. Just like peering at the tongue in the jar.
It's like not even a whole tongue, it's like a shaving of a tongue. Just enough to make this one dose work.
Also worth noting that if we did need it again or for other people... Actually, no, Scamp, you can only make people understand, can't you?
Oh, I can make myself understand, but
Oh,
nothing
balls.
else.
You can't do talking.
I can do the same with a little preparation, but similarly I cannot speak.
Well, if we've only got an hour, we should wait until we're nearer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's
that's probably a better
let's get
idea.
pretty close and then have a little chat.
Agreed.
Get nearish by, but not seeable.
Yep.
Try ascending quickly and then go in. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
I think that's,
Yeah.
that's the best thing we can do at the moment.
Yeah, thank you for this potion. It's a really handy thing. I'm not holding it up to the light and looking at it.
Use it well. I won't get another one until I can return to one of my estates where I still have some stored. Or I suppose unless we cut out a dragon's tongue and find an alchemist.
Nah, let's not do that. It doesn't sound like they'd like that.
No, most alchemists find it very tricky.
I can't really get weird about the dragon thing because I'm wearing this coat, so you know.
That is true.
Also, there's at least one dragon out there who definitely is out for our blood anyway.
That's very true.
Well, if you ever do find yourself slaying a dragon, be sure to take as much of it as you can to a reputable alchemist. All parts of a dragon are magical.
Ooh.
Interesting.
The older they get, the stronger the magic becomes.
Well, we may know a person in that case.
And of course, the older they get, the harder it becomes to, render them down for parts.
Yes.
Onwards.
Onwards.
Viv finishes
Yep.
conjuring up the steed. You resummon Kerberos. Well, Kerberos by this point will be resummoned. He's just been lapping up water in a passable imitation of drinking from the stream. And you bound your way on. About... a little bit before sunset, then. You find yourself approaching Shatterback Reach. It's an interesting set of hills, actually, because it's more at points it's more like a mesa. There are sections of it. It is tall, and it is surrounded for the most part by, if not sheer, then certainly steep cliffs, rocky outcroppings. It looks almost as if, if you believe the theology, when the regent, or rather the will, that was made the world, they just plonked a mountain, like a small mountain down, and just didn't bother, carving it out properly.
So I'll come back to this later.
Yeah.
What?
And consequently, you can see that there are really exposed and dramatic bands of colour in patterns going down the sides of it, especially thick repeating bands of red and yellow.
Pretty.
In much of the stone. It also, you can also see that it is fractured and towards the top and probably split in two. But there is no obvious way to get into that central portion short of climbing the cliffs. Certainly nothing that is easily traversable by horse. So,
How, far away in time are we?
you are 20 minutes behind the. You are 20 minutes behind the Griffin Riders, who you did see coming in the direction of this area. And you are half an hour from sunset, so it is now 5:30.
Okay.
There or thereabouts.
Too early for the spell? What do we think?
I don't know.
I'd almost want to wait until we were 10 minutes away from them.
Yeah, I think that's probably best. Also, you got your climber's kit still.
Yes, I have. That's probably helpful,
may
isn't
need
it?
that.
Oh, we could also fly.
True, but
It would be much quicker flying. This is true as well.
how are you doing for spells, though?
We didn't really do anything before this.
True.
And I did one spell in that last fight.
It was a good one, though.
I was a big one, but yeah, I'm alright.
Up to you.
I think if time's of the essence, maybe we should go for the faster way. It'll make more of a difference with regards to how long we can actually talk to them.
Yeah, and I mean, if they know we're coming, it's pretty impressive as a way to go in.
It is. It's a power move.
I'm liking it.
I like it.
Alright,
All right.
let's do it.
So you dismount, dismiss Kerberos, and begin to make your way at least a little bit on foot towards the cliffs. And did you say you're going to try and fly up?
Yeah, when it looks like we're close enough to
Yeah.
make it worthwhile.
To make it worthwhile. All right.
But we're gonna call ahead first. I think we don't want to.
Yeah.
Okay. You get close enough that you reckon you'll certainly be able to fly up and over within the 10 minutes of casting time, which takes you about 5 minutes of walking to start getting there. Corzin, roll a survival check, please.
Okay. Oh, that is a 27.
As you are climbing up, trying to just like going through the lower bits, getting towards the cliffs, you do notice something. There is a flat bit of rock, just like not unnaturally flat. It's just one of those points where the rock has split from time and weather and fallen either side of this little bit of like this small stream that's flowing down that you're making your way up. You notice a series of scratches on the side of it. What looks like a set of 4 lines crossed into like an 8-pointed star with a little arrow on one of them.
You seen this?
Ooh, interesting. We should probably follow the arrows, shouldn't we?
Yeah, but
Looks like it's been maybe scratched with like a rock or a sharp tool.
they must have carved this to try and give an idea to any pursuers where they were being taken.
No,
right?
hang on. Weirdo Nudie Stone Women, that man, he said that they'd put miner's marks on here with arrows to show you where the fucking mine was. That's what this is.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd forgotten, but yes, we should have been looking for these.
honestly,
We're fools.
All I remembered from that conversation was Nudie Stone Women. Nothing else stuck.
Mostly
Absolutely
I remember
nothing.
Nudie Stone Women. That's the bit that stands out, isn't it?
Really is.
Incidentally, out of character,
Well,
I
if
have
we
written
encounter
down
any
in my notebook, Nudie Stone Women are the threat. And nothing else from that conversation.
Yeah.
I genuinely remember nothing but the Nudie Stone.
No.
Okay.
Coulson will say, well, if we run into any of them, we'll know we're in the right place then, won't we?
Yes, we've been warned. Everybody keep an eye out for Nudie Stone Women.
Nudie Stone Women. Right. Oh.
You have learnt a way to distract us from any information you actually want to hide.
I will use this power cruelly.
Every single person in this group will be distracted by naked women.
It's been a long lockdown.
It has been a long lockdown. Okay, so you begin following the little marks, and actually, you do following the little arrow. You do find another rock with little crude compass rose pointing a different way. You follow that to another rock and another, and soon you find actually quite a little bit away from the way you expect to go to get up. It leads you round to what seems to be just like a blank, like a sheer face of rock. But running down that face is a crack that seems to just like terminate about 50 feet up. Mm-hmm. But as you get closer, you can see that a small that's the visible part of the crack. The rest, there is still a crack going down that's too small to see from a distance, and it widens out at the bottom where a large fallen boulder blocks it from being seen from far away. The arrows point to this crack, and you can see just wide enough for a human or an elf to make their way through is a kind of natural passageway, just like crack in the rock, which appears to have been widened out by tools to allow regular passage into the center of Shatterback Reach.
Well, that'll be it then.
That'll do.
Yeah, you'll need to go single file through this.
Shall we send?
I think
Yeah.
now might be the time.
All right.
I mean,
what
we
do
have
want
the
to
chance
say?
here to sneak in, but I don't think we want to, do we?
No.
No, we wanna
Well,
go-
they need help. Why not help rather than go in hostile. If they want it to be hostile, we'll deal with it, but I'd love there to be another option.
Yeah.
Alright.
So what do we need to say? We need to say, we don't mean any harm. We know you have a problem. We don't want to fight. We just want our people back. We can probably help with your problem, basically, don't we?
And what's his name's dead?
Oh, yeah.
Steinsveld's dead.
Steinsveld is dead. Alright, then. Okay, let's give it a crack then.
Alright,
I'll go
let's
for the
down that
leader.
portion then.
All right. So, who are you sending this to?
Oh, the leader was unconscious, weren't they?
Or
Maybe.
possibly... Were they...
They regained consciousness because they were healed.
Okay.
You don't actually entirely see what happened to the leader because they were covered by the cloud. You saw one of the marksmen get healed. Maybe the leader got healed as well. Maybe not.
Shall we go for the person with the stick with the two flags? Because they were okay, weren't they?
That was the leader, but there was a person with a rod with a hawk on the end, which is who you might be thinking of.
Oh, that one. That's the one that I'm thinking of. I don't know why I'm still talking in the character voice, because this isn't a character, but never mind. But yeah, should we go for the one with the rod, just in case?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
big
think
stick's
so.
always a good sign.
Yeah. Love a big stick. Okay. People from Stormcloud here. Mean no harm. Just want captives returned. You have problem. Illness. Can help. Deal? Preferably no fight. Also, Steinsveld dead.
Okay, so you drink, you uncork and
Yeah, I
drink the
drink
little
it.
potion.
Yeah.
It is oily. It tastes kind of fatty as well. It's like you have to struggle to get it down.
Well,
It feels like it coats your tongue. And then your tongue feels kind of numb for a moment before suddenly feeling really relaxed. And as you send the message, the rest of you hear Celestia go, "No ta na no wade na to mate na," and just starts speaking fluent Achene. You get a message back, and Celestia, your ears like buzz a little as you hear. Sorry, actually, this would be no ta nambe ne nyata no but matena no. But overlaid over it comes the understanding. The spirits return. You can help with sickness. You may enter, but drop your arms. I will meet you and discuss.
alright, they want us to drop our weapons.
Alright.
We may negotiate ransom for our prisoners.
They still want a ransom.
Ransom could be our help, though.
Mm-hmm. Easily.
So it'd be nice if we could frame it as not as ransom, but as a deal or a start of an arrangement, something.
I think that's got to be done over not ascending, hasn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, definitely.
Alright, I guess.
Okay.
We'd go up to the mouth of the cave and leave our weapons, like, in the entrance? How's everybody else feeling?
Ugh, concerned.
I'll discard my weapons, but I am gonna try and leave them not on display somewhere.
Okay. So you're going to pack them away, basically.
Yeah.
Lady Grace is going to reconceal her pistol, but...
All of mine are musical instruments, so I'm going to leave
them on me. She's going to take the sword and just, like, hold it, not in a weapon-ready fashion, but just holding it in front of her as if she's going to put it down once she's in sight.
Mm-hmm. I've got a bag if you want to put something in, Corzin.
Yeah, how much space you got in there?
Oh, I don't know. I'll fit a gun and a sword and make it look like it's not in there, won't it?
Carbine, pistols, swords.
Well, they know you've got some weapons. You've got to have some weapons you can put down. Even then, I feel weird about this. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should go in properly.
Blunderbuss.
I'm tempted to say we should go in properly.
Yeah. Let's leave some of them somewhere out here so that they're not just going to nick them.
That was my concern.
But let's not go full concealed weapon sort of thing.
Alright. So, takes the sacks out of his boot.
Lady Grace still keeps her weapon concealed.
As first, Lady Grace is Lady Grace.
Lady Grace is Lady Grace, but it is at least well concealed under her dress. Okay.
I'm going to leave my flintlock, somewhere in a little alcove at the entrance of the cave as a show of good faith, but all my other ones are musical instruments, and they didn't actually say about those, so I'll leave them
That's fair. I think that's a technicality that is worth taking advantage
If
of.
they have a problem, I'll put them down somewhere, but I'm not going to leave this guitar out to be nicked.
Corzin and Celestia. You do, as you start laying down weapons openly at the entryway to this, you do notice a bright yellow kind of ochre-skinned figure above in yellow dress on top of the high cliff, seems to be looking down and noting your arrival.
Hello!
They pull back.
Hello!
Sorry, I couldn't resist. I said it in a tune.
You do.
Yeah.
I totally should have cast the language understanding one.
Viv focuses for a moment, adjusts her rings so she can cast for a cast, touches her ears. I can translate for the rest of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang
You'll
on.
probably be busy speaking.
I've remembered something excellent. I can speak halfling now. I said halfling.
Where's me?
This is the best thing ever.
Oh,
your
what about
accent's very
Infernal?
good.
What about Infernal? Can you do Infernal?
Yes, I said infernal. Speaking in scary language. Ooh, I said infernal. This is the best thing. Excellent.
Corzin's going to try saying a sentence in Old Giant and see if you understand that.
You do.
Do I understand?
You get the same level of double hearing and hearing it twice.
So the TARDIS Matrix isn't, it's not too old a language for the TARDIS Matrix
No,
to
it's
translate.
not. No. This thing works on intent.
What do you say?
I will say. Looks like these hills are as old as, the hills.
Yes. The old hills. Old languages.
There's something that is lost in the translation, but you get the idea.
Old giant.
You make your chuckling about language barriers. You start to make your way through the narrow passageway. As you do so, you all feel a tremor underneath your feet.
Oh, it's the Nudie Stone Women.
It's the Nudie Stone Women. Watch out.
It passes. You find yourself working through a through cleaved, sort of chipped carved stone, and the passageway is actually fairly long. It takes you like a good 40 seconds or so to get through. And then there is light. There is actually a bit of shadow as well, because the sun is low enough that everything inside the hollow of Shatterback Reach is painted with golden shadowed light. You're solidly into golden hour now, and it gives everything a somewhat more peaceful air. A peaceful air that is actually aided by the simple, peaceful nature of the glade you find yourself in. Although the walls are sheer in places, trees have grown all around this central gully. Some finding root on the walls themselves, others supporting mosses or hanging vines of ivy-like plants. There are flowers growing from some of these in places, kind of reminding you of almost a bit of dog roses growing out of vines, but in pinks and yellows. Water trickles down the side of the high walls, flowing into a stream which pools in the centre, and then runs into another smaller stream which carries on out through a small crack that leads out of the grove. There is a wealth of wildflowers. Birds chitter, like birds just chirrup quietly in the branches. And you can see there are ledges naturally formed, just from the way the rock is made, all around the interior of these otherwise fairly straight walls, just in different positions, going up, up, up. Normally, they would spout grass, tendrils, flowers, and they still do. But at this particular moment, they also spout many griffins perched on these high ledges and places, and for the most part, you'd say about easily 15 of them are currently up and a little tense. Some of them are a little tense, others are looking more relaxed. Some have riders on them, others the riders are standing on the or kneeling on the ledges near them. Weapons are not... Well, what they go? They've invited you in good faith, so their weapons are not on the ground. And bows are held, but not drawn. Though they are certainly not far from quivers, where hands are not far from quivers. There is a tense atmosphere. Other griffins are simply lying or lounging or standing in the little meadow, the little glade in the centre. A couple are up on the right on the lip of the hills surrounding. Mm-hmm. And you can see one that is injured by a lightning strike. You can see the clear, long mark of electrical burns as the rider seems to be washing them and trying to apply some sort of paste and bind up their injuries.
Is that on a griffin? Did you say?
One of the griffins. It was the griffin whose rider you struck with lightning, and who you also struck the griffin with lightning. However, you can see at one end. You can see a number of things, of structures in here. There are a handful of sheds built along one side of the wall, of the wall here. The sheds in question seem to be built onto natural overhangs. They look old. They have holes in the roofs. Many are overgrown with vines. Probably the remnants of the original mining operation. Mm-hmm. And you can see cut into the wall is a wide opening supported by aged timber beams that descends into darkness a little way into the side of the hill. Standing not with a griffin, probably about 20 feet from a saddled griffin, you do see the blue-skinned, black-haired Achene of before with the rod. You notice that his coat, yellow-black coat and tunic are stained with red, especially and he looks to have red-stained hands as well.
How far away is the griffin that's being healed?
60 feet away, I will say.
Excellent. I'm gonna ding on my xylophone and do a healing word on the griffin very visibly.
Okay. All of the marksmen go for. They just see magic being cast. They go for their arrows and draw them.
Hands up.
And the one with the rod raises a hand, signals. They lower their bows, but they keep the arrows on them.
Wanted to start with an apology. Didn't intend to come in here and hurt you or your griffins.
The Achene steps forward a little. Tona, no tapmatne. Sorry, Tona, no panatne hoviodone. To Celestia, however. Greetings. I am Hoviodone.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
I appreciate the gesture, despite our being at war.
Why are we at war?
We are at war with all of the people of Orsyria.
We're not from Orsyria. And we don't stand for them. We're for the other side. You've got the wrong end of the stick here.
All of your sides are the same.
Okay.
You come here, you burn our lands, you break our treaties.
We'd like to change that.
Viv, by the way, is just hurriedly translating for the rest of you.
Well, I suppose from their point of view, they've got a point, but...
Although they've got a total point.
Yeah.
We don't disagree with any of this, but we do think it needs to change.
Of you don't know, seem...
I translate the
roll an
want
insight
change.
check. Anyone who wants to.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I actually have insight as a skill.
8.
Oh, yes. That is a
13.
22.
Hoviodone lets you translate, but Scamp, you realise that he seems to be reacting to the words as you say them before Celestia translates them. Which is not the case for many of the Achene here. I see.
I won't say anything then, because it's only fair that everyone understand, so we'll keep translating.
I see. You will forgive me if I do not take your words as words on faith alone.
Yes, that seems entirely fair. Why would you? I'm sure people have said the same thing to
Absolutely.
you a lot.
What do you know about the one they called Steinsveld?
We killed him?
It wasn't very nice.
He wasn't very nice. I translate. Assume everything
Yeah.
they're saying I'll translate, because...
Yeah.
He was aiding and abetting people who were robbing things
Yep, he's...
that they had no claim to.
As my companion says, him and his group stole some
I am
very
aware
important
that you
things.
think of us as stealing. We think we
What gives
would-
you that idea?
aiding and abetting robbers.
Well, the thing at Steinfeld... What was that thing? There was a weapon that Steinfeld's lot had taken. Something really important that they shouldn't have touched. What was that thing called?
Was it the glaive out of
It was
character?
the Skyglade,
Yeah.
Sinifatalani.
Yeah, the sky glaive. That's
What?
the one. He had
Yeah.
the sky glaive. We gave it back.
Narrowing of Hoviodone's eyes. The Skyglaive has not been seen in... Sorry, it would be. The Skyglaive has not been seen in well over 100 years.
Well, when the Festival of the Clouds comes round, you'll see it. Because we brought it back.
What does it look like?
I can't remember, but I describe
yeah,
it.
you describe it.
I can do a minor illusion.
Oh,
it's
yes.
a little spell. Not a dangerous one. Just going to do a picture.
There's a glance. Hoviodene shouts, "It's okay."
If it's dangerous,
conjure
you
up
can shoot
an
them. It's
Image
fine.
of a tarnished silver ceremonial glaive with very clear and specific carvings depicting scenes from Chin history. He holds up a hand. If you could maintain that, please. I will come
Sure.
over and inspect. He walks close. There's a little tension in the air.
Kind of step aside and give him space.
Again,
Feels like
there's
the
a
right thing to do.
rumbling for a moment beneath your feet.
I'm gonna hold my other hand up and out, so it's clearly not doing anything.
He steps in over and examines it closely. The images do match those it is reported to have.
Can any of you send?
Not today.
What's the other tribe called? It's the Panuki, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, the panicky.
When you can send to the Panuki to verify this.
He just grimaces. Those traitors!
Didn't
Yeah,
think
we
you
know
got
you-
on.
Nah, you're not friends. That's
But
fair.
if you wanted
They are
confirmation...
cowards.
They're a different attitude.
It's not our fight.
He shakes his head. You say you wish to help.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we can.
In exchange for you giving us our people back.
But we would like to think of this more as a step towards some other relationship than this. Not a bounty or a ransom, but something other.
Who
Translating.
are you? By what authority do you speak?
Oh, that's a good question.
Our own. We've been quite involved in the Osirian... Not the Osirian. Hang on. Sorry, that's out of character mistake. Ignore that. Been quite involved in a couple of revolutions. We can pull some strings. We have quite a lot of ties to quite powerful people.
And the people who are trying to get rid of the Assyrians here. I know you don't really differentiate between the two, but it would put the rules that are made here in the hands of the people who live here, not the people bloody miles away across the sea.
It is
People
the
who are
people
here
who
and now.
live here who have taught us that treaties are only worth burning.
Can I understand that?
You can't kill them all, and things have got to change eventually. Why not make a start? Don't trust them immediately, because, I mean, they've given you no reason to, but maybe it's time to try starting it again.
What do you want? Genuinely. What do you actually want? Because I understand why you raid. And I don't judge. You're in a bad position. I understand why that needs to happen. But that's not particularly sustainable, is it? What would help?
It is not about... It is not about loot and wealth.
Mm-hmm.
It is about weakening our enemy. We fight a long war to sap your strength so you cannot take more.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's gonna work. The
There will
technology is
always be
moving
more
too
people.
fast.
You might be fighting a lost cause. That's not
We
a
have
threat.
We have the ear of the people who are trying to form a new government. If you're searching for a solution to this that doesn't involve more bloodshed, that has to be the place that we start. The Arcerians, they just want to take this land for their own. And they don't really care who they take it from. But if we can strike a new balance with you so that this bloodshed can end, is that not worth it for your people, your children?
What has been done to you is inexcusable. Completely. Nothing is going to make it better. But we could help you with some kind of future. There is a new government forming. We're trying... What we're out for is trying to make this country... I don't want to say fair. I don't know what's fair. We're trying to make this a place where everyone has a chance, including the people who've been cast aside before.
A place where the mistakes of the past are actually learned from.
This was your land first.
It will be ours. Before you can finish replying, you hear a shout from one of the little sheds. And one of them calls, Anwar! Celestia, you hear, Dreamspeaker! Dreamspeaker! We need you! Speaking of bloodshed, you say you wish to help?
Yes, what do you need?
Come. He gestures sharply and strides off in the direction of the little huts. There's tension, but the guards do let you advance. Several of them just watching. You can see there are a couple of inside one of the sheds. A pair of there are bedrolls, blankets that have been laid out, but you can also see raised up on a couple of old tables for like mining tools and so on. There are two figures, two of the Achene. One of them looks to be not like in pain, but stable, like they're curled up. The other you recognize as the Achene leader, who was earlier wearing the peaked helmet with the red plume. Right now, she is not. She has had her armor removed for the most part, her clothes peeled back to reveal a series of major electrical burns there and complications within. You can see points where bone appears to be cracked or charred. Things have gotten complex as the result of her injuries. You also notice that several blankets and pieces of leather have been laid all around this table, on the floor. The Achene Hovidone steps in. What is your status? Getting bad, Dreamspeaker. We need something. Dreamspeaker looks back. You said you can heal.
Yes.
I can.
Both of us can. He's also a surgeon, so he knows what to do with it.
I require a surgeon.
All right.
Holds up a hand.
May I?
Let no blood spill on the ground here.
I'll do my best.
Why is that?
The dreams within this place will awaken.
Oh, shit.
Is this what the rumbling's about?
It is... The dreams that keep in this place are disturbed. Blood and death risk awakening them.
Mm-hmm. There's a blanket on the floor, isn't there?
Yeah, there are several blankets. You can see they are spattered with blood from the ongoing attempts at surgery, but a lot of effort has been made to keep things off the exposed dirt.
I will hold a prestidigitation, and if any blood spills, I'll put it back on the person on the table, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if there's any dripping, I'll just...
Yeah.
pop it back
Corzin.
up.
Can I try and triage this?
Oh yeah, you step forwards and try...
Maybe a little bit of inspiration might not go amiss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Corzin inspiration. I just look at him and go, good luck.
This is going to be a bit of a skill challenge. So, the captain, or somehow Celestia, you feel an instinctive sense when they say, when they explain it, the Yortun is seriously injured. The electrical burns are extensive, but also something about the orb has cracked ribs, and you can see the problem is that you can see, well, actually, before we know what the problem is, I need a medicine check from you to diagnose, please.
Right, okay. Here we go then.
I'll need more inspiration, just let me know.
Okay, that is a 22.
Okay. She has complications. Some of her bones are broken, including a fractured rib, a complex fractured rib. And the real problem is a healing spell has been used before those bone shards. Gonna have to put in a content warning for surgery at the start of this. Before those bone shards have been properly set, which means that some of them have essentially been pressed by the pressure of the healing spell, kind of into interior parts of her abdomen.
These have healed back wrong.
The Hoviadone looks anxious about this.
I'm going to have to break and reset these. Otherwise, they'll never be right again.
Before he says in broken Jovan, I understand.
Right. This is not going to be pleasant, but I'm going to do everything I can.
Who do you need? Do you need anyone to hold them?
Yes, hold them down.
I'm going to stand here and just get any blood that falls. So maybe
Right,
somebody
yeah.
else do the holding this time.
So
I'll do what I can.
that's your first check. Now, for the second check, Corzin, this is surgery. So I'm actually going to call. This is for this. You're going to need to break these and kind of start resetting these manually.
Okay.
I need a dexterity check from you, please.
Dexterity check, okay. Okay, gonna use the inspiration to boost that a little. I mean, it's not terrible, but it could be better.
Okay.
Okay, that is 18 total.
Okay. You manage to. You get in. You have to cut apart a bit of the flesh. You use the tools you have in your bag, and carefully break the bone, the bones again. Start the process of trying to put things back in.
Give them something to bite on.
They grab a bit of leather and put it into the Yortun's mouth. However, Yudone kind of grabs her hand. Jotun, Eleonida, it is going to be okay. Hold still. I have found a surgeon. Okay. There is, as you start to work your way in, there is a point where just the action of breaking causes a bit of the broken blood vessels to, frankly, leak. So, and this causes a fair bit of bleeding. So, Celestia, I need an Arcana check from you to control, with prestidigitation, any sprays or...
Yeah, it's a bit gross, but I'm literally just going to put it back onto her because
you
it
just
seems
like-
like the furthest place from the floor. That is 15, so not incredible.
Can I add a D2, a
You
D4,
can,
please?
you can.
Love one.
Add 2 to that.
Okay, so
Okay, 17.
Sorry, I've dropped my pen on the floor. I'm
That's
sorry.
alright, I've got it.
Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry for all the chair noises. I'm just
Okay,
getting my pen.
so-
It fell.
That is... Okay, so that's a third success. It gets... there's one point where Corzin, in the process of working it through the bones, dislodges something which was blocking an artery. There's a bit of sudden spray before you're able to stitch that close. And Celestia, you almost miss it, but just manage to catch it before it hits the ground. Fold the
You
blood.
should have been a wicket keeper.
Fold the blood into a little ball in the air, and then replace it as best you can. Just kind of keeping it off the ground.
Yeah, like on the table or on
Yeah.
her, whatever, you know.
Okay. Now the next part gets tricky, Corzin. You have you're able to as you're working through it, you identify that there are several bone shards which you think have made their way. Basically, roll a d6 for me, please.
A D6.
Yep.
Okay. 1.
Okay, it's only one, but it's a bastard. There is a piece of bone shard that has come off, missed the lung, but embedded itself into the heart.
Oh, thoracic cavity bleed. Oof.
Oh yeah. So the problem is,
Yeah, if you need any more inspiration than you already
Yeah.
have, give me a shout.
Corzin would be grateful for it, I think.
Yeah.
Have you already used your first
Use
one?
the first one already.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just hand on your shoulder. You see a small flash of rainbow, another
Pulse of
inspiration.
rainbow.
I think
Okay.
it's worth it.
Thank you.
Alright.
I'm going to need another medicine check for. I think this would. This is just going to be a medicine check, please, for surgery.
Okay.
For
Medicine
carefully trying to excise this and then sew it up as quickly as you can.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, gonna use that inspiration.
D10.
Yep. Oh, it's another 18.
Nice.
18 is just a success for that one
Oh.
because the DC is stepping up each time.
Yeah, I figured it would be.
There is a moment of horror as you just the moment when you first manage to get the piece dislodged with the full force of the heart. There is it's thin, but it goes far. There is a moment of solid arterial spray. Celestia, Arcana check to catch.
Okay.
While as Corzin hurriedly clamps.
You aren't great, kids. That is a 13.
Add a D4, which is another 2, so not great. but-
15. Okay, that is your first failure.
Shit.
You catch most of it, but a few drops make it past and hit the ground, the earth just outside. They seep
pressure on
in,
that.
and you start hearing
Fuck, I'm sorry, I tried.
a rumbling. Just really starts holding. Okay, the rumbling dislodges. The tremor is actually enough to kind of rock the table and just causes her to Eleonida to lurch in place. which annoyingly, because of her position, opens up some of the things that you've just stitched closed. The main problem, however, is that Eleonada just starts screaming from the pain. She's been holding it together through a mixture of being groggy as shit, maybe drugged, and maybe just quite steel-nerved.
Okay.
But at this point, I open it to you for a suggestion how you want to stop your patient thrashing long enough for you to carry on with the surgery.
All right. If there's no potential for things being reset in the wrong way, I may dump a cure wounds into some of the open tears, as it were.
Okay.
Can I try a command? Would command
yes,
work?
you can. Okay. The pair of you work together. That's
just a regular cure wounds.
Okay. Regular cure wounds. You both expend a spell slot. That is an automatic success. For that, I will say.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm going to give Corzin another inspiration, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What word do you use, Scamp?
Still.
Okay, still. There's a moment where she just, still shuddering a little bit, holds stock still. She wants to fail this one. And you just take the opportunity to pump a cure wounds in. You've taken care of most of the damage, and it's just enough to stop the immediate spray. There's a... No, Mama! Papa, not again! No! Shh! It is okay. We have you. Breathe.
We're nearly there now, right? Corzin is wiping the sweat off his brow.
Okay. At this point, it basically comes down to closing up, cleaning, closing up, binding. One last medicine check, please.
Okay.
D10 if you need it.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? That's not terrible, but I'm gonna use the D10 anyway.
You can go for it, mate.
Yeah. Okay, that is a combined 24.
Which is enough. You manage to bind. You clean what you can of the electrical burns. Finish any final sutures and begin the longer but necessary process of binding her injuries. Just doing the best you can to heal her. This uses up a use of your healer's kit, by the way.
Yep, absolutely.
Eventually though, the rumbling which was building for a few moments seems to subside. There's a few sort of tremors here and there. Thank you. This was beyond my skill to achieve.
No, it was properly nasty, but they should be alright now. They need rest, and you can't move them for a while.
Again, assume I'm translating back and forth. Yeah.
Viv is translating as well.
Yeah.
For one way, you're translating the other way.
Yeah.
You get a better look at the leader. She, as I said, has scarlet skin, red gold hair, golden irises. She also has a clear pink scar across her cheek and is missing a section of her ear. And now that you get a moment to look close enough, you realise you have seen this Archine before on the raid that you avoided getting involved with when you were heading to Inyan and Tiope with Odinone. She was leading probably this very band of raiders then. Javier Dene sinks back into an old chair, takes some cloths and starts wiping his own hands one to you, Corzin, to clean up with.
I will gladly take it.
I know we've just met and that, but would you like a drink? I've got booze. You kind of look in need. I'll drink some before you see that you know it's not
I wouldn't say no at this point.
weird or anything.
He seems more reassured by Corzin having a sip.
Give some to the patient as well if they want it, but I imagine you've already given them stuff for the pain.
He nods. I have given them a tincture of sleep root.
Probably the best thing for them right now.
Who are they to you? If you don't mind me asking. If that's personal, don't worry.
This is your tune, Eleonada. They are my captain. Captain is the word that translates. He just says your tune again. She leads this band. We have been away from our lands for some time.
Where are your lands?
He looks as if he was about to make a snappy retort, but then sags a little. Deeper into the continent. I would still hold that these are, in a meaningful way, our lands, but we are originally from... I came from... One moment. I'm just going to get you the name of the...
Don't worry, you're all good.
Just grabbing the thing. I came from the valleys near Tatanka. To the south.
Never
beyond...
been that far in ourselves.
Eleonada grew up near Uptak before the treaty was burned. That was 20 years ago.
Not long.
No.
The cowards to the northeast, the Stone Guardians, the Banuki, refused the call. They did not come when we asked. It was...
Were you fighting the Osirians?
Many... 3-4 generations ago. The Osirians took the lands, our cities, near... Actually, this would be... the nearest ones would have been near Maron. They had previously taken Pohoi generations before, claiming them as they stood between your lands of Newmark and the old Thunder's Wash. The wars were fought, but a treaty was signed on the borders. In those days, we were not the children of the sky, not Yamaso, not your... sorry, I'm just going to get this exactly open, I'll tell you exactly. Not the Yamaso you see now, but... Sorry, I've got to really grab the exact name off this.
That's perfectly fine, mate. Carry on.
Oh, good.
One moment. No, not history and culture, nations. Because I actually have a moment of just blanking completely.
You're on
You
a
have
whole
so many
world.
names in your head.
It's all
There we
good.
There we go. Back then we were not the Yamaso, the children of the sky, but the Yorchi, the Sky Watchers. Those fools Our elders believed in the treaties.
Mm-hmm.
They were wrong. They believed in peace. We learned that was not the case.
You can't have war forever, darling.
Do any of them yet
We
live?
have peace.
What if you could? Would you take it?
When Uptak burned, we learned the truth. Skylord Tano Yanoke showed us when he took power that you cannot have peace by words alone. Peace comes through strength. Strength comes by arms.
Wouldn't agree on that, but difference of opinion, that's fine.
We were weak. They saw that weakness. And because they thought they were strong, they took. We will not be so weak again.
Okay.
He puts a hand on the murmuring, sort of whimpering, just out of it with, like, a mixture of pain and painkillers. Yotun just strokes her face a little.
How many of you are there?
What do you mean? You have seen our band?
Is that all of you out here?
Are there more?
Yes, of course. There are scores and there are hundreds of such bands. We defend the homeland. We range out to strike against those who... to show that we are not weak.
I think people know you're not weak.
Because we show them. And we push back. We show that we are not to be trifled with, so we can build, grow.
Do you build and grow?
Yes.
Does it last?
One day we will have the strength to take back what is ours. But
Okay, here's the thing. You won't. Not with how it is now. I don't know how to explain this to you without it sounding mad. But, I was granted a power a while back. Believe me, don't believe me, it's the truth. I was granted the power to see the future. Bits of it.
just roll a persuasion check to just convey that honesty.
Can I finish my sentence
Yeah,
first?
sorry,
Because
carry on.
otherwise it will
Yeah,
be
go
hard. It's granted the power to see a future, or bits of it, and I've seen what happens from this. I've seen what happens. And in the future I just saw there weren't many Acheen of any kind. So the thing is, it doesn't work. I will now roll. I didn't want to roll halfway through a
Sorry, no,
sentence.
no.
Like,
My
it's
apologies.
a lot. It's okay. 33. I just look at him and don't break eye contact.
He looks incredulous, and still looks incredulous, but with a sort of strange expression.
I'm not trying to patronize you or say that what you're doing is wrong, because I actually completely understand what you're doing. I understand how it's got here, and as I say, what was done to you is inexcusable. There is nothing that can make that better, but I've seen it, and it doesn't work. And I don't want that future. I don't want the future where everybody whose land this is gone. That's not right.
The future's not set. That's the thing we've found, is that the future changes based on our actions now. This is the future that happens if you continue this course. But we're constantly trying to change things. That's what we're doing. That's the authority that we have, is that we want a different future. Because we don't like how it turns out.
There's time.
You are quite possibly insane.
Oh yeah, but on this one we are actually right.
You'd be insane if you'd seen the future, I can assure you.
But
If you want proof, I can ensure that this person cannot lie.
That would help.
But you have
I can
saved
also,
my tun.
I'm sorry I hurt her with the lightning.
Same.
There's a nod.
We wouldn't have come in with violence.
That wasn't our preference.
It wasn't the plan. But I understand why you did.
You are certainly capable of it.
Yeah.
Yes, we are, but I hope we've proven that our quarrel is not with you.
And that we're also capable of things other than violence. We're trying really hard to prove that.
We want to help. And we know that I don't think we can make things go back to the way they were. I don't think that's how this works. But we could possibly find a forwards that wouldn't be awful. We could get you in rooms with the new government. We could try and help. I know it's not enough. It's never going to be enough, and it can't be. But we could try.
I do not know. This... I am one Anwa. He looks at his captain. If she could... You say that Sinofo Talani will come to the Festival of Clouds.
Yes. He's actually asked us to escort him, so we'll be there too.
Sinofo Talani is the name of the Skyglaive, but yes, but you say that.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Ordenone's not dad, uncle.
Who, in fairness, Ordenone's uncle is Telesinero. But you can say Telesinero will be there.
I will. Can I edit that sentence and put that? I think I'd remember that in character.
At that point, he looks wrathful. Telesinero.
Yeah.
There's just a moment of twitching. Telesinero of clan Ordesanero, which translates to you as White Kingfisher.
Yes.
Telesinero is a coward and a traitor to a chin. He is the one. He is the reason why the Panuki did not... It is not... It is...
It's not.
You are not him.
It's not for me to speak for him. We're not here to speak for him.
He seems to calm himself down a little.
But I'm sorry to have upset you. I didn't mean to stir anything up.
I am of the clan of the Red Arrow, and you should know that we have pledged vendetta against the clan, against his clan, for his cowardice. But that is clan to clan.
It is.
Is that only a vendetta that can be ended in blood?
Blood or tears?
Tears sounds better.
Yeah.
Why hurt more people?
But he shakes his head.
Sorry. Sticking my nose in.
Yeah, we're really nosy. You'll get to notice that about us.
If I can ensure that Jotun Elenaeda is there.
That would be good.
I will remember this. However, a deal is a deal for today. Several of your people are sick, along with one of our riders.
Yes, do you know what caused it?
We are not sure. We were going through their belongings when one of us broke a jar of a sort of blue mold.
Okay.
Right.
He got some of it on his hands. Then he grew sick. We isolated him, but there's only one place to securely keep people.
Okay, so the prisoners then caught it too.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry for that. That was not our intent. We did not think it would spread.
You must have thought it was a poison, not a contagion of some kind.
He nods. It is not within my ability to halt such things. I tried to halt. He shakes his head.
I have some skill in that area, but it's
If you can cure...
Depends what we're dealing with.
Perhaps diseases, then.
My area.
I won't know until I can examine someone who is affected by this, but if I do, that means that I am, by definition, at risk, so...
I mean, there is also a cleric back at the compound.
Yeah.
This is true.
If all else fails, if you were willing to bring your person, or if we could get them to meet us halfway or something.
It might also be that one of these people here knows about it and can maybe do something about it if they weren't so ill.
Perhaps so. Viv speaks up.
None of them speak your language, do they?
None of them have been able to speak with us, no.
Right.
We have, we have an hour of this.
At this point, you have 20 minutes of this. But because it was a long surgery.
Okay.
But Viv will say, if Scamp and I work together, if Scamp and I work together, it will be slower, but we could conjure enough horses between us, if you use the dog as well, to get everybody back at speed.
I can make some floating disc things. They sometimes
Yes.
maybe work
That-
too.
If we
That will
compare-
help for anyone who can't go on the horses.
If we combine the two, then both of us working together, we could get them back perhaps within 5 or 6 hours.
And I can send and warn them.
We can even get the cleric to come meet us part way.
Yeah. Save bringing whatever it is into a large group of people.
That would
Yeah,
be
let's
a much
not
better
take
idea.
it into a town.
All right.
But if you can do anything about it now, Corzin, 1 or 2, we might be able to get some more information.
I think so, but once I do, I should stay with them to make sure that the risk to the rest of you is not.
We're all going on horses
sure.
together. We're all risking ourselves. I
Yeah,
think,
it's going to
here.
happen, really, isn't it?
Oh, I do need to ask because I will kick myself if I don't. Are there any Nudie Stone Women here?
There's a pause. There is the dream of this place. It is not what you describe.
Is it anything like what we describe, or is our source completely ridiculous?
Coulson
the-
points to his spirit and say, "Is it like this?"
Points to what?
His spirit, like
Oh.
the amber octopus.
The dream speaker looks up at your spirits. Like other dream speakers you've met, does not have an attendant spirit around with him, but clearly can see yours. It is closer in nature, but bound to this place.
Okay.
Interesting.
Evil, good.
Protective. This is its grove.
Well, that's fair.
I understand.
Could it have got upset that there were outsiders here and made them ill?
Quite possibly.
I think it comes from this that jar. I think they
mushrooms,
brought
yeah.
it with them.
He shakes his head. The dream's retaliation would have been very obvious.
Oh,
Very
I make
I'd
a
have thought so.
earthquake gesture. Yeah.
If we'd come in fighting, that would have been a real problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it really would.
Yes, it would.
Okay, well,
God, that wasn't the plan.
look at us making a smart decision as well as the
And
right one.
that is a very, very good example in microcosm of why there is a better way here. And there needs to be a better way found. Because all it does is harm the land and everyone on it.
Quite right. Now, we don't have a lot more time where we can talk to each other like this.
Yes.
Okay, let's get to the prisoners.
I ask if you have a way of curing them. Please cure my friend with it, and we
I
will
will
leave
do everything I can.
and return to our own lands. We will not continue raiding around here.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah. We'll try.
Okay, he leads you to the mine, and murmuring, kind of takes some rushes that are stuck into the wall. They're just like stuck into the ground, coated with a bit of tar. Murmurs, gestures over them. A small fluttering spirit, like a 6-winged butterfly, flutters down, taps the reeds with a bit of tar on them, and they burst into a small flame. Uses this to illuminate the way in, as the lights are getting the sun is almost gone now, and you are able to see, restrained by rope to the old mine supports, are all of the figures from before, as well as against one wall, a blue achene with bright violet eyes. As soon as you get, you can see that they're just the tunnel just sort of curves round in a loose sort of almost right angle. Most of the people you saw before are in similar states. However, at this point, if I just check who is doing what right now. People are not healthy per se. The chief researcher, the two of the three dwarves. Other than Helga, and all of the halflings. Two of the halflings, not the one in the yellow gingham dress, and the two human soldiers, but not the orc, who you believe is Captain North, are all now have bluish sheens to their skin, are shivering, have froth around their mouth. And as you start to approach, I'm going to say that Eurist just opens his mouth and sprays just indigo vomit in your general direction. I need each of you to make a dex save, please.
Okay.
And this is how we die.
27.
This is maybe how I die. 13.
Cool.
5.
Okay.
Oh no.
So I need the pair of you to make con saves,
La la
please.
la 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 con. Oh, that's not bad actually for me. That's an 18.
Okay.
Okay, for me, this is terrible. 10.
Okay.
I rolled a 2.
Celestia, Viv, and Scamp get a bit of blue on your skin, on your skin. Celestia, you get a bit in your mouth and spit it out quickly. Scamp, a tiny bit goes into your eye, just hits you in the eye and you blink it out. Viv gets a bit kind of close to her mouth and just immediately starts wiping with a handkerchief, spitting. For now, that's all.
Prestidigitation off everyone.
Yeah, you just start flicking it off.
Into a corner,
Eurus,
preferably.
Shudders. Helga, Werold, Werold, the halfling in the dress, and the orc are the only ones who look kind of unaffected and lucid. I'm going to say the halfling looks up and snaps. Hello there. Could you some rescue, please? Quickly.
We're getting there.
We're working on it.
The Hoviadone kind of takes a breath and goes in and just starts into the midst of it. Actually, no. You've offered to go into the midst of it, Corzin. So just hands you a knife to cut the rope with.
Alright, I take it.
For all of them. But does say, please, if you can, do something about gestures to the Sikachin.
I promise if I can, I will.
If we can't hear, we'll get someone who can, okay?
What have you got, Corzin? Have you got something that can help with disease?
Well, let me examine them first, see what we're dealing with here. Alright, can I have a look at them and see what I can deduce from what's...
yes,
what
roll a medicine check, please.
Okay. Okay, that is a dirty 20.
Okay, looking at what you can see, they're definitely affected by something. Given the bluish skin tone and the blue vomit and so on, you guess probably, that'll relate to whatever it was that was in that jar that was described.
Okay, so it was definitely something they ingested.
You kind of take the bit of actually with your dark vision helps, but you still need a bit of light. So you borrow the little rush, hold it close to some of the vomit on the wall. You can see there's the blue is actually very tiny specks, which kind of make you think maybe like spores.
All right.
So that would match
mold
up to
spores.
to the mold feeling.
Okay, what do you do about that?
You know that probably there's a few different things. Some sort of any sort of powerful antifungal or anti-parasitic. There's certain herbs that would work. over a bit of time. Some might work dramatically if you knew more about this specific strand, this like specific species of fungus, but you don't actually. Unfortunately, you can't identify it. You've not encountered anything quite like this. However, this is within the remit of restoration spells.
I was going to say, I will try Lesser Restoration on the Achene.
Okay. You touch the Achene, cast Lesser Restoration. The octopus kind of wraps around them and kind of just sucks. Mm-hmm. And there's a sort of... and you watch as the bluish coloration recedes dramatically into like the points, like into, to those who can't see spirits, just a series of like circles where the sucker points are before vanishing, revealing a yellow ochre skinned Achene beneath with red eyes and red hair. They... Oh, Anwar, what is going on? These people have come to help, surprisingly. Come, we need to leave. We're allowing these people to go. That helps them up. Thank you.
No problem. Am I able to deduce that that is, in fact, an end to it? I haven't just suppressed it.
As far as...
Because this would be a very big concern, of course.
No, it would be. As far as you can tell, if the spell has worked correctly, then this should have completely purged it.
Great. Okay, how many other people are there?
How many lesser restorations do you have?
I have, in theory, it's second level, so I've got 5.
Okay. Well, there's 10, of which 3 are not infected. So there are 7 people who are obviously displaying symptoms.
Okay, we're going to have to take like 2 back with...
Yeah.
or more.
Yep.
How we want to do it.
Alright, I will go after the ones who appear to be the furthest along.
Oh, okay, they're all pretty far
triage
along.
kind of.
So roll a medicine check and let's see I'll see who the best ones to leave are.
Okay, it's not as good, but it should be alright. That is a 14.
Okay.
I will add a d4, because 15 always feels like a good number to beat. That's +2.
Okay.
16.
You decide that you find that one of the halflings and one of the human soldiers is not as far along. Like they're showing less. Like the blue tint is only starting to appear. They might have a bit more time. They're not showing signs of froth, like they're about to vomit.
Get these ones on the discs.
So yeah, you get those ones on the disc. You just start expending your magic, expending the strength of the octopus.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
Eurus is like blinks. That's quite something. Well, that is a surprise.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm just glad it worked.
You're the people who came around and... Werrell looks at Blinks.
Oh.
This is... Scamp.
Hey, are you remembered?
Wouldn't have expected... Anyway. Oh, down near the valleys, there we go. Wouldn't have expected to see you here. How's the shop?
I have no idea. I couldn't get back in. You went away, so I thought I'd just come check you're all right.
I know I went away. I left instructions for my cousin to. This is not the time. Let's have a word about this late.
I feel like this might be an enormously long chat that needs to be had in private.
Come on. Your wrist. Get up. Get up now. Thank you. Yeah, they are healed of their diseases.
I'm going to clean sick off people and put it in a pile
sick
in
off
the
people.
corner. So it's all in one place.
Yeah.
It could be like dealt with by someone.
You clear
Get
off.
a small vial sample of it. We can take it back to study.
You're welcome to touch the sick, darling.
If you want.
You can move it without touching it. Is my point. If I hold the vial out, can you?
It's not really that amazing aim, but I'll try.
Okay, just roll an Arcana check, please.
It is a cleaning spell, essentially,
floor.
isn't it? Oh, that's not great. That's 15.
Okay, 15's just enough. You managed to get a small amount of the blue ichor and drop it into a little vial.
Got it. No problem.
Which actually, the halfling in the yellow dress just produces as soon as you say that. Like, here, use this. It's one of my sample vials.
Thanks.
Where did you even get this?
I brought. It's like about these. I brought them with me to collect. Oh, you mean the?
Yeah, the blue mold shit that one of you decided to.
We found it
Let
in
out.
in the woods. I'm more than happy to. I'm more than happy to explain once we're back under our way home.
I would be very interested to know.
Name's Mindy, by the way. Mindy Meadmaker.
Oh, hello. We've heard a lot about you. Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you.
The chief researcher, you recognise, stands up, brushes her hair a bit. I am Professor Santiago Juarez. I much appreciate this rescue.
Glad to meet you too. Right.
I assume the Institute has sent you.
Yes. We went to investigate why they were behind on our order, so here we are.
Ah, you are from the Resistance.
Yes.
Well,
That's right.
we should make our way back as soon as possible.
We really should. Time is of the essence.
The dwarf, the third dwarf, gets up. Huge back beard, plain steel ring. Indeed. I am indeed. The sooner we can, if at all possible, I would prefer to retrieve my mage rings and my axe and my pistol and blunderbuss. You do hear as the Acheen have started leaving, packing up and leaving.
Where's the one we were talking to?
But Donny calls back. We left them in the sheds.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Just a quick question. The person we killed, were you on their orders or anything? That spy person?
He comes
We
back
never
in.
quite established that connection.
Right.
Yeah.
The one you called Steinsfeld. He is. We have not met him directly, but he is a. Apparently he is a corpse, but he was someone who we knew was trying to manipulate us, but who would sometimes pass information of value, probably for his own ends. He suggested that if we spotted anyone leaving your fortress, we should try and capture them for ransom.
Okay, so it wasn't you didn't specifically know this lot were going. It was just that's a coincidence.
We
were just on the general
We were working
lookout.
in this area. We were raiding this area, and our scouts spotted your team going out. We gathered to catch them on the way back.
Wait. He suggested to you that you kidnap people from that settlement. A settlement that, well...
Specifically, if they came out of the fortress, he offered a reward for them in particular.
That makes sense.
Of course. Oh, that's very underhanded. He must have been hoping that they'd get their hands on one of these lot, mustn't he?
Yeah. How
would
did you
make
get in
sense.
touch with them? Like, did you have a contact or anything?
Yes. Takes a moment to think. And... Oh boy, I'm going to write something out. It just takes a moment to... so one moment, because I give you a name as well, which is particularly fun. There are some people who we could talk to, traders who would trade either with some of our people would pass notes. The people we use to deliver ransom requests. Oh boy! I've got to find. Is this under? Sorry, this is like an unexpected request.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Damn it! I actually have a name and everything. But they are
We can just say he writes it down and we'll sort it out later when we can use the info.
There are certain people who trade with us, trackers, rangers, bounty hunters, people who we pass out ransom requests to. One of them would pass information from him, requests such as these. Morgan, their name was, bounty hunter, points to Lady Grace, but then also to Vivienne, like you, but more like you. Shorter, pointed ears, kind of dusky skin, black hair.
We met them, didn't we?
Had a hawk travelling with them.
Have we met?
Yeah.
You have met them.
I am fairly certain we did.
Yep, you met them after meeting Sheriff Oscar Peterson, who was also wearing a whole bunch of different hats, was judge and so on.
Yeah, it was that day.
Yeah, and they were. And you think they were someone who was maybe hired to follow you, but decided not to.
We were very persuasive somehow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Through the medium of cards?
I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
You just said the right things. And got
that was
interested.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the best I can tell you.
I think we've met them. Thank you. That's very helpful.
He nods. We must away.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This has given me much to think about.
Maybe we'll see you at the Festival of Clouds. But only you can make that decision.
He nods tersely and then
Just-
leaves.
If you would suggest it.
Nods again, but takes his companions, and you hear the sounds of griffins taking flight. You gather everyone together, start moving them out, and there is a rumbling moment as you're kind of as you're getting everyone to the little crevice to go out. You hear a rumbling beneath the ground. No blood has been spilled, but just as you're funneling everyone through the exit, you turn back and you see something rise out of the stone, formed of the stone.
Is it a Nudie Stone Woman?
It's not a Nudie Stone Woman. You see formed of iron ore with streaks of something like gold, but with a strange sheen to it, running down it, and a pair of eyes of huge light blue-green, light green beryl crystals is what appears to be a massive star-nosed mole.
Oh my god.
Oh, a Nudie Stone mole.
The earth elemental seems to regard you. There's a moment of pause as you're leaving, and then dives back into the ground, passing into it like it's water.
Fuck.
Well, that could have gone worse.
How the fuck do you look at that and get Nudie Stone Woman? What is wrong with people?
I never saw it.
I think this might have been a case of lonely miners' wishful thinking.
You bundle people out toward and begin the process of conjuring horses and discs, and we'll pick up with your journey back after these, no doubt important, messages.
Now, the thing they always used to say about working in the Shadowback Reach mines was it was clean living, challenging, rewarding work, prospects for advancement, and a whole plethora of other perks. Things like liking, rating, and subscribing to Flintlocks and Fireballs. You can even join their Patreon. So like I say, it was a fine job so long as you could avoid the giant star-nosed moles and the Nudie Stone Women. Never saw anything like that myself, though.
And welcome back. As you flee the grove of the Nudie Stone Women, the Nudie Stone Mole.
We've been talking about some really dumb shit in the break,
Yeah.
Stowaways, so you're really going to have to bear with how weird we're all going to be for the first 5 minutes.
Oh god, this is all recorded.
That was all
Like
recorded.
Like the break is still Samothy. If
Yeah, that's definitely going on the gag reel then.
Excellent.
Everyone said it's this makes him make a note for the gag
Support
reel
us
stuff.
on Patreon if you wish to hear our gag reel. My adverts are so good.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
If you want to hear
It's
more
because
about
I
the
advertise
Nudie
for a
Stone
living.
Women,
You hear that? That is the sound of people becoming patrons.
Nudie Stone Women singing in the background, making sensual stone sounds. Jason's attempting to look at me seductively whilst doing this, and it just looks like he's having a poo. A saucy poo.
The sound of sexy stone cracking.
Yeah!
Right.
Nudie
What is the sound of
Stone.
one stone cracking?
Well, that does sound like an innuendo. So, you are racing through the night then. You begin the process of you load people up onto the horses. People, some ride double, others bound onto the backs of Kerberos. It's slow going, frankly, because with the delay time in conjuring horses, and it's an uncomfortable ride on Kerberos this time back. But your faithful hand bears the burden with aplomb and lots of tail wagging. You are relatively unassailed on the journey back, though takes twice as long because you are not twice as long, but a full 6 hours to travel back because you're having to spend longer conjuring additional horses. If anyone wants to talk to anyone during this time, feel free during the horse conjuring missions. Otherwise, I will say that you make your way onwards in relative quiet.
I think we're probably too worried about drawing attention to ourselves on the road to do great. But we should send.
We should send.
Oh, fuck, yes, we should send.
Yeah.
I kind of, out of an in-character agree, though, the time to talk feels like when we get back and people
Yep.
are safe. but I will send.
Okay.
They have a sending person,
They have a
don't
sending
they?
room, so you can kind of target it at the commandant and know that it's going to arrive
Yeah.
via a sending person.
Oh god, they had a code, didn't they? What was the code?
Orange Regent's Day.
Orange Regent's Day. On way back from... Oh my god, what are these people called?
From the
Yamasaw.
Nudie Stone Women.
Yamasaw with captives. Back soon. Need cleric. Infected people. Blue fungus. Need restoration magic. How many?
5 words.
How many hours at this point?
At this point, I'll say
That's probably what I'd say in the last bit.
you probably do this at, while the initial horse is being conjured, so between 5 to 6 hours.
5 or 6 hours. Time.
Okay. The spirits flutter away. You get a response shortly after. Indigo Pedder's Day. Message received will pass to Commandant. Will ensure cleric is prepared to receive patients. Please return as soon as possible. Thank you. Out.
Alright. Sounds like we might have some magic, hopefully.
Nicely done.
Okay. You, as I say, you saddle up, you ride back. It is a long ride, and you have already ridden for 6 hours today. So, I would like the three of you to make a constitution check, please.
15.
Check rather than save.
This is a check, not a save.
Okay,
It's to do with endurance.
that is 10.
11. I win.
Because you are essentially riding an additional 3 hours over your limit. The DC for that was 13. So Celestia and Scamp both take 1 level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Just from the rigors of riding, unfortunately.
This'll go well with the disease that I definitely have.
Well, it does. The good news is it doesn't affect your saving throws. It's just disadvantage on ability checks at this level.
Yeah, true.
Speaking
But I
of,
think I'm fine, so it's fine.
and you probably are. You are getting tired, though. Certainly by the time hour 3 of the ride comes in.
Oh, are we there yet?
Hour 5
Oh,
hits,
we
I'd
there
imagine.
yet?
By the time you're hour 5, you're hurting. You feel Corzin, like it's rough, but you're holding it together. Celestia, you're feeling the fatigue kick in. You feel like the bags under your eyes. You're very saddle sore. Scamp, you are saddle sore, and as the night is closing, you're getting cold as well. You feel a bit shivery.
Alright.
It's just cold.
Is it?
Yeah, you look cold.
It is chilling rapidly as the sun sets.
Yes.
Well, the sun has set, so rather you have now been riding for 3 hours in a chilling night.
Well, it's a bit cold with the sun down, isn't it?
Yep.
Do you need to
hate
borrow
it.
my coat or anything?
No, I'm all right, thank you.
Okay.
Bloody weather.
Mm.
Won't be much longer now.
Okay.
Yeah, only 3 hours to go.
Oh, why did you have to say the number?
Sorry.
However, another couple of hours, another 2.5 hours pass, and by this point, by nearly midnight, it is actually.
Ugh.
You are making your way back to the institute. Scamp, you are feeling rotten by this point. You've started to. There's like a bitter taste in your throat, a bit like the time when. Actually, maybe not. Can I ask you to make another Constitution save, please?
Yep.
Because I've remembered something.
23.
The kind of sensation of like sickness you've had, of like being chilled, passes. By the time you've ridden back, you are not shivering anymore. Whatever that cold, like your body's starting to warm up, probably from all of the riding. So you're fine. Sorry, I realised I should have made you specifically roll your original check with advantage. So I'm just going to say you recover instead.
Oh dear. Why? Why? I need to know.
Yeah, good question. Okay, so
Oh.
you do make your way back, and as the Phantom Steeds and Cobros race back to the Institute, they're already, like, you've been spotted. They are already in the process of opening up the gate, the gatehouse, and immediately there is a rush of security there to help escort the sick to the clinic.
Don't get close.
They kind of hold back their distance a little, but look. I think it would be to the chief researcher, as the highest-ranking person there for what to do. Professor Horhace says, "They are right. Form a perimeter. Let us get back to and escort us to the clinic, so the cleric can check us over."
Looked like the vomit was the problem, didn't it?
Yeah, it's probably how it's transferred, but what actually is this stuff?
Yeah, someone explain.
I will once we have the sick into the clinic. I will explain.
Okay.
you head to the clinic, appropriately enough then, wherein you actually get the opportunity to... You see that there is indeed a cleric/doctor waiting. She is dressed in a clean black uniform with kind of like a surgeon's apron on, and also kind of tucked under it a white stole emblazoned with the crown of the regent in black. She's a human woman in her early 50s with short blonde white hair and pale. She's pale. She has dark eyes. And Corzin and Celestia, you see floating near her is a spirit, a long-limbed, pale white lizard with overly large eyes.
Rainbow Spirit goes over and says hello.
The pale spirit kind of flaps its tongue out.
Rainbow Spirit does it back with a little tendril.
Tells
In
me
like a playful manner.
curiously.
It's not hostile.
The doctor / cleric looks up at this and immediately regains her attention.
Come back, you're distracting people. Get back over here.
Bring them in. Come on. Here. Starts showing bed for the two that are obviously injured.
Need any more healing magic? I've got some.
Chief researcher, what do you know? It looked as if a healing magic was successful. What spell did you use, sir?
Not my turn.
Lesser restoration.
She nods, puts her hands together, murmurs a soft prayer, and touches them to each of the two patients as the spirit kind of plunges into them and then leaves, and you see the blue coloration just flickers back and out of them. I feel like shit. That is normal. Stay there. Oh, that's something, isn't it? That is normal. Stay there. She wipes her head a little. Dr. Sierra Guelph. It is a pleasure. I'm going to be busy. How many other people were previously exposed? They start pointing people. There's the halfling woman goes. Says, neither myself nor the captain were seem to have contracted it, nor were whirled over there. However, everyone else had it and has received some sort of treatment. Then I would like to keep the rest of you overnight for observation. Yes.
That seems reasonable.
Seems sensible, yes, given the circumstances.
Also, I don't think we should ride tonight. We've ridden a lot.
No, I think we're about ridden out today.
Yeah.
The door slams open, and you see the three-headed form of Commandant Terence Sal slither in. You have safely returned them, then.
Yeah.
I am.
Seemed like the thing to do.
I am most glad to see them restored. Looks to the doctor. Yes, it is a miracle. Get out. Leave my surgery, please. Now, looks to the three of you. Have any of you shown any symptoms or the like?
Thanks.
I felt a bit
I don't think so.
cold earlier, but I'm all right now.
The chief researcher speaks up. We did experience symptoms showing up usually within 4 to 5 hours of being touched by the vomit. However,
There's been 6 at least. So it should be alright, hopefully.
there's a nod. However, this is troubling. The cleric kind of folds her arms a little, thinks. I want to keep the three of you under observation for an hour.
Okay.
Then
Yeah, even
Sure.
if there's nothing, I'm going to, as a precaution, do everyone with the lesser restoration that I didn't do today, tomorrow.
That is much appreciated. I will
That
do
way
the same.
we will be absolutely sure there's no way.
When
it's gonna
one
go
is
any
under
further.
observation, can one sit down?
Of course. So
On
sit
something
down.
with a horse.
There are beds there if you want to. There are some seating if you would just.
Would you like to
bit of
observe
old
me
game.
eat dinner? We could definitely do some observing of dinners.
I wouldn't mind observing some food. Yeah,
Tell you what, I'll observe you eating dinner. You can observe me eating dinner.
sounds good.
I will send for someone to get something from the buffet for you.
Thank you.
You
Much
are amazing
appreciated.
and wonderful.
There is a. Let us use the waiting room over there. If you just stay within the building for the next hour, so I can just make sure no additional symptoms show up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Additional symptoms show up. Wrong accent. As you do pop over, start to move over. There are a couple of sort of waiting room things. I think we're going to do this one first. Werald, Helga,
Uh-oh.
stands up and makes her way over.
What do you want? Do you want space?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit over there if you want. Or you just like wave at me or come over. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
So,
Hi.
you're looking good.
I got taller.
You've been fed.
Yeah.
Someone's making you wash.
And Corzin, he insists on something called hygiene. I don't think it's good for me.
Still doing any. So, what's this about you not being able to get back into my shop then?
Well, it was just locked and boarded up a bit and just looked like you'd left. No one knew where you'd gone.
I left instructions for my cousin to take over and to let you in. You're a good worker. Told him to give you a job.
I don't think he turned up.
Bastard! Must have sold the place.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily... We've talked to some other folks who worked in the place you've been, and it sounds like sometimes messages weren't passed on as it was intended, so maybe don't blame him. Until you know. I mean, if he did do what you didn't want, then yeah, bastard. Oh. But...
We'd have to, I suppose, well, we can always find out. We can get Marcos. She kind of nods her head towards the black-bearded dwarf. Good. Now you can actually see him. Both Corzin and Scamp can roll a nature check, please.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a 17. I'm not good at nature.
That's only an 11.
17. Scamp. That's not a dwarf. The proportions are slightly wrong. He has a huge beard. He's wearing a beard ring. He's wearing a black travel coat with dwarven pattern stitching. He even has a hand axe as a sidearm once he got his weapons back. But that's a human. That's just a very short human who wearing a lot of dwarven-style attire with a massive beard. This is also one of the Patreon NPCs that was requested by
That's
Patreon.
amazing.
Love it.
Are they an adult or
They're certainly an adult human, at least.
a small adult human?
Oh,
Excellent.
very small, huge beard.
Now, I've spent a lot of time pretending to be an adult dwarf, and this doing a good job.
That's right. Ramirez, Marcoso over there. He's a bit sensitive about the... She shakes her head. Some friends bought him the coat as a joke. It's actually the best coat, of course it is. It's dwarven make. And he just likes an axe. And the beard ring is convenient for keeping your beard in place.
So it's all just sort of coincidence that's built up?
To hear the way he tells it.
Ha! That's kind of amazing. I mean, sure.
Shakes her head. Anyway, once we're out of observation, which hopefully shouldn't take too long,
Yeah.
Marcos can show us. He's the diviner. He's got a big apparatus for showing what he can see. If there's no one working in the shop, then I'll know something went wrong. And if there is, then I need to introduce my cousin to my hammer.
Well, there was no one there when we left, but that was a while ago. Yeah, I've got about a bit recently. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried.
Surprised to see you on this side of the world.
Well, seemed like the thing to do.
You were travelling with the nautical-looking chap over there, then?
Yeah, got a big boat and everything.
Oh. Cabin crew, not a bad job. Would have hoped you would have made it to doing some forge work in time, but...
I did work on the guns for a bit.
that's good.
But I got a bit of a knack for some sort of magic stuff, so...
Ooh, got you enrolled in early learning for university, then?
Somewhat like that.
Well, always thought you were smarter than some people gave you credit for.
Thanks.
Good. You happy then, kid?
Yeah.
Good.
Like more than I thought I could be, sometimes.
Sometimes happiness comes in ways you don't expect. I certainly didn't expect to find it in... She nods over in the direction of Eurist. He's being fussed over by the cleric.
Jurist seems pretty great.
Scoundrel. Tried to pass off someone else's work as his in the first week. But decent enough when it comes down to it.
Well, that's the main thing.
Sorry, Sorry I didn't leave a note for you specifically. Thought my cousin would take care of that.
It's alright. This is a whole complicated thing, this place you got involved with. I don't think it would have got through, to be honest.
Not the most orthodox job offer, no.
No, I've heard a few things. Yeah.
But they were pretty clear. 5 years, it's a drop in the ocean for a dwarf.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Figured my cousin wouldn't screw things up too much at home.
I'm just glad you're okay, really.
Oh, it's all right. get time to work on things. Never quite had enough money to really get the revolving chamber design down properly, and I didn't really think I was leaving anyone behind as such. She frowns a bit. Suppose I didn't think that through.
Oh, it's alright. I mean, I was really just like some kid that hung around mostly, so.
You were good at what you did. You were a good assistant. Suppose you're good at this magic stuff now.
Getting there. It's a bit more complicated, really.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It gets a bit out of hand sometimes.
Well, that I understand. Dealt with more than a few forge fires in my time.
Oh, yeah, things catch fire all the time around me. It's a real problem.
Well, that's simple enough. Keep a few buckets of sand.
I remember that one.
But really, sounds like you're mixed up in some stuff.
There's a revolution, and another one. And
Oh, two.
yeah.
Only heard about the one, but...
Oh, the other one was back in Seoul. It's
Oh, we went to Seoul.
briefly.
I hear they do a decent wine and a sort of long bread there.
It was good bread. Yeah.
Well... She scratches her beard a little bit. Make sure you've got your buckets of sand with you. You know?
Yeah.
Make sure you've got people you can rely on to pump the bellows and pass you things, and that you can trust to keep an eye out while you're working.
Yeah.
You got
I think
people
I
like
have.
that? Good.
I think so, yeah.
Well, they're worth their weight in silver, so you take good care of them.
I will.
Honestly, didn't expect I'd see you, at least not for a few years. I was going to head back eventually, but, you know, figured you'd be all grown up, have gone your own way.
Yeah, I guess I did that a little bit sooner than either of us expected.
Always good at looking out for yourself. But
Yeah.
decent hand, decent mind when it came to the workshop. Glad you found some good people.
You too. I think you found some good people. I hope you found some good people.
I found at least one decent person.
I think that's all you need, really.
Well, looks like you have 2 to 4. vaguely over in the direction of Corzin and Celestia, who are having their own conversation with Lady Grace and Viv nearby.
1.5.
In my head, we're like within sight distance, but not within hearing.
Yeah.
So if they look over, we probably wave.
You're in the middle of talking to probably someone to tell you more about the fungus and everything.
Yeah.
You've got your own conversation going on, but you look up and wave. She sticks out a calloused, meaty hand.
I take it.
Gives you a firm shake. Well done then. Well done then.
Thanks.
Oh. Don't have anything on me, but suppose. She reaches into her pockets. It's actually a good point. She doesn't have her beard rings; they've been taken. So goes. Tell you what. You come once they've cleared me. You come by the foundry in the morning. I'll have something for you.
I'd like to see some of your work.
Oh, yes. Well, it looks like your halfling friend there has some. She nods to Corzin's revolver.
It's so much less explodey than the stuff you used to make.
I've been working with some good people on that one. Having all of the extra bright sparks around does help. There are not too many sparks. We've been trying to get it working with cannon, but doesn't quite work as well. Best I've managed is a repeating sort of field gun. You can set it up and just gets as many as I want to say 30 rounds a minute if you've got a few people working it at once.
Wow. That is a lot.
Still in the prototype stages, not quite ready for full development. And of course I've been helping Eurist with designs for the new ships. Not quite my department, but it's been nice to talk about.
Oh, that's good. Oh, strange seeing faces. Do you know what I mean? It's strange seeing faces you haven't seen in a long time.
It's very...
kind of takes you back.
It's very strange. You were a child when I last saw you.
Yeah. I'm not that person anymore, I don't think.
No.
Not quite.
You're all grown up now. Where it counts. Not got a beard on you, but no one's perfect.
I did have one, though. It was made of feathers, but then it went away when I sneezed.
Huh.
But that's feathers for you, I guess.
Suppose so. Wonder if those feathery people I've heard about grow beard feathers.
I wonder.
Ah, well.
It is good to see you, though.
Hmm.
I am glad you're safe.
I'm glad you are. I didn't know to be worried, but I'm glad I don't have to be.
No, nothing to worry about here.
You come by in the morning. I
I
have
will.
something for you. Just for you.
Okay.
You She pats you on the shoulder. It's kind of like it's like a heavy pat of someone who's used to just smacking metal all day. Picks herself up off the bench and goes over to the doctor to just get a couple of checks done. Meanwhile, I want to say then, who's going to come over? Celestia, roll a d6. Tell me if you get odds or evens.
Okay. Evens.
Okay. Mindy Meadmaker, the halfling, brunette, dark skin, brunette hair and pigtails, with a yellow gingham dress, still in a tan travel coat, kind of got a perpetual frown. Comes over because you did request some information. Brushes her dress and takes a seat next to you. Right then.
Hello.
Hello. I've got a little bit of time. The doctor's cleared me to head off, but you had questions.
Yeah, what the hell happened?
Yeah, what is this stuff?
She rubs her eyes. Well, this is I've been this I have termed indigo mycoform. Which will go as the scientific name once we eventually publish. This has been... It's what I call a piece of cryptomycology. A lot of people didn't think it existed. However, I managed to find, thanks to the aid of some of my colleagues in the archaeology department, evidence that a strain of it did persist over in the woods to the northeast. We were able to find it. Took us an extra day to find it than I'd intended, but we were able to successfully acquire a sample, safely bottle it, and we're making our way back when those brutes kidnapped us and broke my containment jar.
Oh, so it was just a case of wrong place, wrong time then?
That's certainly one way to put it.
Why did you want these mushrooms in the first place?
Yeah, what were you hoping to gain out of them?
Well, personally, I was looking to find a piece of history, mythology almost, and acquire and discover a new species. This was part of my personal project. However, the chief researcher, when I explained some of the details, agreed to give me additional funding to find it. I suspect.
So you had reason to believe it existed already. How?
I have discovered references in the oral accounts of Cheen that we've managed to stories that we've managed to acquire from traders and visitors, as well as some scattered references in Yonti texts, as well to a particular fungus known as. I assumed a superstitious name. However, the chief researcher saw potential value in it, the Blue Death.
Right.
Value as a weapon?
Indeed.
What kind?
The hope was that there might be a way to safely, at least as far as our side is concerned, find a way to use it against Orsirian soldiers in the event of warfare. Well, in the certainty of warfare, in fact. It was, we believe, the hit legends around it are actually quite interesting. Apparently, it was used as a weapon by the giants.
Huh.
We find references to it before they all vanished. there's a lot of evidence to suggest they were engaged in a long-standing, several centuries war, kind of a cold war, on and off again, like how sometimes Sul and or Syria will be at each other's throats even when they're not really fighting.
Right. Yeah.
For several centuries, and they used this fungus to attack the Yonti with moderate success. Apparently, the high priests were all immune. It didn't affect them.
That's interesting.
Interesting.
But I suppose that's clerical magic for you. The giants, interestingly, as far as we've been able to see, didn't have clerics.
Ah.
So far as we can, as I've been able to tell, no committed
So I didn't think of
atheism.
it.
Well, I suppose misotheism. Best as we can tell, they were very, very anti small g from a cultural anthropology standpoint, gods.
Right.
Can't blame them.
She shrugs. I'm not.
So
I don't. If you want to debate if you want to debate theology, the cleric's there.
I'm good.
yeah, this is not really, I think, relevant to the current situation. But what do
We
you think they're
rode
gonna do?
for like fucking 14 hours in the last day or something mental like that. I'm good without a theological
You
debate
do look
right
tired.
now. Yeah. Alright, cool. Then what were you going to say?
That's probably one of those things I'm not supposed to say out loud, isn't it?
I don't care. I'm tired. You're good.
Thank you.
It's alright. What I was going to say was, now that they know about it, what do you imagine they're going to do with it?
Well, my recommendation at this point is to lock. It would be to take the. We've lost the original sample. We do have the. There is the tube that the vial that you managed to get. Is to lock that securely away until it can be studied in a controlled environment. This was not a controlled experiment. I mean, useful data, to be certain. I'll be keeping extensive notes about what's happened, but hardly what we were hardly a kind of testing that I was hoping for. I was going to try mice first.
If we hadn't arrived, what was the realistic outcome that was going to occur? Would you all have died?
Probably not. Some of us seem to have. Some of us didn't acquire symptoms, either because we were fortunate enough not to get hit, or maybe we just got lucky. Helga said something about getting some shivers, and but then kind of getting better. So I think some people might just be naturally immune to it, or maybe there's another feature I don't know about. There's more data to be gathered there. But no, prognosis probably wouldn't have been good. I mean, it was called the Blue Death.
Yeah.
Details on it have been a bit tricky. My current estimate of what happens, based on the information I've heard, is that it was intended to kill people en masse in locations where they couldn't be properly buried or receive rites, and that they would then rise again. There's talks of like legions of the dead, zombies, and that sort of thing.
That
Yeah,
would make a
that's
lot of sense.
It's always a secondary concern in warfare, but you'll have to forgive me. I'm a sailor. My first thought when I was looking at that is, you put that in a confined space with no clerics, and you've got a big problem very quickly.
Quite so. However, I did go into this eyes open. It's clearly not a perfect weapon, by virtue of the fact that the giants aren't here anymore and the Yonti still are.
Worrying.
So
Maybe it wasn't effective enough in terms of what they wanted to use it for.
it's a curious one. There's no mention of it in the Achene songs I've been able to collect about the last days of the giants. It seems to have been earlier history than that. So if they stop using it, they stopped using it before the end.
Interesting. More questions than answers, but...
I care about finding things. I appreciate that not everyone appreciates the uses to which these things can be put. My intentions here were to find a new species, confirm its existence, record it. However, I also acknowledge that we are at war, and the people that I work for do have certain intentions at mind.
Yes, and that's more what concerns me here. I mean, if you'll forgive the term, the genie's out of the bottle now. They know about it. They're going to do what they're going to do. But I think if you have any sway over what happens here with it, I would encourage you very strongly to be judicious with this. Because there are going to be people who will try and weaponize this. It was used as a weapon before. It can be used as a weapon again.
Quite so. I think in the morning I'm going to make a strong case to the chief researcher and the other members of the Institute board to seal this away, use this for and engage in decided testing. I believe it should be possible to convince them that this sort of thing should not be used if it cannot be tightly controlled. I mean, you hardly want a weapon. You hardly want to build a cannon that fires backwards, do you?
No, exactly. Also, if you're going to lock it away and label it well.
This is the sort of thing that could very quickly take out a whole city.
Yes.
This isn't the sort of thing you should use in a war. This doesn't discriminate.
Right, like the old legends of shadows.
They're not old legends. Read about
You ever been to
Saul
Crosswater?
sometime.
Heard of it. From winning myself, never been.
There was a shadow outbreak there, not even a year ago. It was contained.
I do not mean to dismiss the existence of shadows, and I'm very glad to hear that. I rather mean that the time in which shadows were used in war was some hundreds of years ago. At least.
Yes, and I
so
think
I
there's a reason why no sane person would use them in war now.
It's the same shit.
Truth be told, it's a real. It is a real field of interest for me. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to learn more about the. They call them the Cloud Walkers here. I believe that they called themselves the Gigantes, but they had an interesting history. I've heard scattered references to other things that they tried to make as weapons of war. Mm-hmm. Something called the Hachna.
Don't go investigating them.
No, really don't.
But
Shadows bad?
Yes, and propagated in a similar fashion.
Yeah, bad or worse. Can I speak candidly?
I prefer it.
No one's listening, are they? Out of character.
I mean, the people who are listening are the pair of you, Lady Grace and Viv, who want the same information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's just that one sample, isn't there?
I mean, I don't know what the Achene did with the original sample we collected. So, hopefully, given what just happened to one of their kind, they did the smart thing and left it be.
Who has the sample right now?
Corzin has the sample right now.
He will bring it out very carefully.
I I am. Oh God, how do you describe this over a podcast
You
medium?
just like push the hand.
I like push your hand back. Don't let this hang around in a place where somebody can make it into a weapon, please. Let us take it and burn it. It's not worth the knowledge.
I put it back into my pocket.
Make a persuasion check. This is her life's work you're talking about. Well, a portion of it.
Natural 20, which is a 35.
Ooh.
She licks her lips.
I know it's important. I know you're a scientist, but some things really are best left alone. This could end a continent.
Right. Fortunately, the original sample was not easy to get to. So there's a very, very isolated grotto in the woods that we went to.
If you're intending for there to be a non-military application of this, then I suggest you pursue that after you're not working for these people.
I can certainly keep the details of how to get to that grotto a secret.
Please do.
It's not easy to get there. Let's just say you can't get there by walking in a straight line from A to B.
Alright.
Found it, according to some old legends, you have to get lost in a very specific way. And it was evening there. It wasn't when we went in, and it wasn't when we came out. So, something interesting I've heard about lost places. Thought that was. I wasn't sure if that was real, but I believed, and I think I found one.
No, that makes sense.
Probably how it survived there. I think I might keep the location of that secret even from you.
I don't want to know.
It's of no use to us. But also, trust me when I say we've seen a bunch of very strange and terrifying things in our travels.
Things like this can get out of hand very quickly.
Yes.
Scarily quickly. I mean, from one bad night in Crosswater, that really could have been the end of that part of the world. It wasn't. Because a lot of people work very hard. And also some luck.
And quickly.
Yeah, but it can go that far.
Right.
And the thing is, I know your intentions, you're obviously a scientist, you wanted to study this life form, it's perfectly reasonable, but if you study this life form in this place where frankly there's a lot of stuff that's going to the war, someone's going to get hold of it. It doesn't really matter which side it is, it'll still have the same effect. And you'll have started it.
Corzin goes a bit distant for a moment and then says, and trust me, you don't want that on your conscience.
Oh, Corzin.
It's just
that might
like
be a bit much.
Yeah, you know, if your friend sat next to you, you just like pat their knee. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do that to Corzin.
Right. I think I'm going to need to sleep on that.
I recommend you do so.
Sorry. Thank you.
She stands
For
up,
listening.
gives you a nod and says, well, you take good care of that then.
Yeah, I shake their hand.
She shakes yours.
So his shoulders visibly go down as soon as that conversation is over.
You see the three people who the three people who weren't sick and like get cleared by the doctor, and Helga, Helga, Mindy, and Captain North all leave. You kind of kept for another 20 minutes or so before the doctor gets to come back round. Kind of looks at you, shines a little dwarf crystal light into your eyes, checks them. You all seem clear to go.
Thank you.
Get some. There should be some food in the refectory you can get, and the administrator was expecting you back and had an apartment prepared.
Amazing.
In the housing. Is that? Yes, thank you. Takes a key and passes it to you. This key has a number on it.
Ooh, fancy.
You are good to go. I will be observing people for the rest of the night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. I didn't want to say earlier, but now it's just a where's Jeffrey? I'm not sure Jeffrey was with us that whole time.
Oh God.
What's Jeffrey been doing?
You look. You hear a sort of sound from outside, and you look out, and as you step out, you see Jeffrey. You hear a sort of sound from outside, and you come out, and you see Jeffrey is current. It seems to be running. It seems to be jumping and leaping around. As Stormy is just like putting small bolts of lightning to try and smack him.
Stormy, you don't want this fight, darling. You really don't.
Jeffrey, come here.
Get over
Where
here.
have you been?
Come on.
Take the pair of them over. You see the soldier. What's her name? Sylvia Culpepper comes over. Her uniform has several small scorch marks on it. You left your pets.
Oh, sorry, they wander off sometimes.
Sorry, I
Probably for the
thought
best.
she'd be cool here. Whoops.
It's fine. I stopped your. Fortunately, your cat wasn't trying to drink any of the chocolate from the fountain.
You don't like chocolate, do you?
But the monkey. I don't know how you taught your monkey to use a bowl, but for the sake of not having to make up an entire new batch of hot chocolate, I'm glad. Please keep him away from the fountain.
I will try. I've promised to try.
I'll take it. Sort of shakes her head. I understand you've been assigned to room 423. Points to a set of dormitory. You're on the third floor.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's 423. So you're on the fourth floor.
You don't happen to know where Mr. Eurus Razor is staying, do you?
Yes. 321. Although I believe he's still in for observation.
Maybe
I
a
feel like we
conversation
should-
for the morning.
What was that?
Yeah, we might want to chat with him, but I think it can wait till the
Yeah,
the
let's let him
morning.
get better.
Okay.
But we do need to chat to him for Benny before we leave.
Oh, we need to
yeah.
we
Yes,
need to have
absolutely we
such a
do.
conversation.
Oh yeah. You head over to the refectory. There are late night snacks available because, again, there are scholars and halflings getting food at all hours, including leftover like jellies and custard and things from the evening meal.
Custard.
And of course, there is also the chocolate fountain,
Chocolate.
which is still
Yes.
Chocolate
So-
custard.
running. What do you want to grab for? Just genuinely, short question before we take you to bed. What do you want to have for dinner?
Everything.
Chocolate with whiskey in it.
Custard.
You have whiskey chocolate. You have chocolate custard. Corzin?
Are there a load of desserts left over?
Yeah, there's lots of desserts. There's cold cuts, meats, things like that.
Yeah, he'll probably have some of those, and then maybe like I don't know if there's like slices of cake or something.
Oh, nice. Okay, it's sponge cake. It's quite very nice.
Yeah.
As we sit down, say quietly to Corzin, Corzin,
Yeah.
got to ask, am I going insane, or did you see like another end of the world flash before you when you started talking about those mushrooms?
The thought did cross my mind, yes, and I think we did exactly the right thing.
Just had this moment where I thought, oh, next time we check it'll be blue mushrooms.
Well, not if we have anything to do with it.
Yeah,
in
just
fact,
maybe I'm
do you
going
think
insane.
Do you think we could have a wee trip down to the beach just so we can, and he makes that miming, like, explodey thing with...
Could we do that today? I'd love that to be done before we sleep.
That's what I mean, yes. Like,
Yeah.
you know, now. Well,
yeah.
As soon as we finish
let's
eating.
eat and then, get rid of it.
You eat your puddings. Scamp with chocolate custard. Celestia, you have chocolate whiskey.
I drink a bit too much.
Yeah, you drink a bit
Just
too
glad
much.
that on this occasion we were talking with someone half reasonable.
I know, thank fuck, right?
Corzin has Corzin. You have some cake and jelly. The Viv and Lady Grace, who have been actually given a separate key, because presumably there's a limit out to try to force all 5 of you into one space with pets. Help themselves to a bit of chocolate from the fountain, have some cake as well. And looking over, go, well, eventful.
Yeah, a bit of a day.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Though I think we've done well here to come out of here with no casualties and not another threat to civilization as we know it.
Nice to see old friends.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks okay.
If you don't mind me asking, how were they?
Okay. Another case of someone whose messages weren't passed on, I think.
That's starting to sound mightily convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just, I don't really know how I feel. I feel a bit strange, really.
Were you worried that it would be bad? Like a bad experience?
Well, she just vanished, And I just assumed she'd left and not bothered or worried, and she slightly did. But there was no... Like, there was a plan that wasn't meant to just be forgotten. So that's nice, but... I don't know, I just feel a bit... It's weird seeing back in a life that maybe would have happened and didn't.
I understand that, actually. Strange feeling.
I could have been a gunsmith.
Could have been. I could have been a thresher. All my life.
I could have been a priest.
One of these things makes no sense. Can't imagine Corzin as a thresher.
I know, fucking weird, isn't it?
Oh, my family had been for a couple of generations, actually.
I know. It's just, yeah.
I could have gone into glass blowing.
Oh.
It was what my mother did.
Oh, it's interesting, that.
No. Big on glass blowing where I'm from. Lady Grace says, I find it hard to imagine being anything else.
Well, you told me you were nearly a dueling teacher.
Then a pause and says, and looks at you, Celestia, and says, until recently. But yes, I could have become a champion duelist.
And you're pretty fucking good.
Darling, you've not seen me fight. Just practice.
You can tell from somebody's drills if they're good.
So, to the beach.
Yeah.
This is a powerful weapon, but I prefer something that points forwards.
Yes, absolutely.
I will confirm that the bit about the visions said while she was up getting food or something.
Yeah.
We've not gone into that yet.
Yeah.
No, I just found that I get particularly antsy around things like this for reasons that I might explain at some point.
Of course. I note that you did at one point say you could see the future to that achievement.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We can talk about that in a more secure place.
Oh, yeah, this is not the place.
The canteen is super not the place.
You are currently the only people in the canteen, but nevertheless she does say.
This whole facility is not the place.
Honestly, no.
Wait until we are back in my estates.
Yeah.
It will wait.
Mm-hmm.
To the beach?
To the beach.
Yes.
To the beach.
You head to the beach. It's a lovely night. There's the light.
It's deserted.
It's deserted. Well, it's almost entirely deserted. You do see is off in a very distant corner a pair of halflings making out.
All right. Well, let's not disturb them.
Someone's having a lovely evening.
There's like a couple of glasses, bottles of drink next to them. Just having a little moonlit romance.
Aww. Having a little picnic. I love them.
Yeah, Corzin will look at them sort of slightly wistfully for a moment and then turn away.
Okay. You head to the other bit of a different part of the beach.
Other end of the beach.
Yeah, other end of the beach.
Yeah, we
kneel
give them
down-
their space.
Kneel down in a group. And sort of like cluster around in a group. So,
Fire seems as good a way as any.
Yeah, if there's a way of destroying this more readily than fire, I'm open to it. Also, I'm worried that if we just throw it on a regular bonfire, it could disperse into the air, and we don't want that.
Fire in a dome that none of us are in?
I have to be in
Yes.
the dome. The dome doesn't exist without me in it.
give me. This is true. I suppose. This is a good point, actually. I've created a slight plot hole for myself because she's definitely done this. Okay, I'm going to make an exception then. I'm going to say that she's a variation. Viv speaks up. I actually know a variation on the dome, which allows me to project it about 10 feet away from myself. It is the variant I used when we burned the remnants of the eye and mouth thing.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
helpful. Let's
It
do
is
that.
It is one that was developed specifically for starting fires that you do not want to send a signal for.
Makes sense.
Good idea.
Viv has a number of specialists adaptations of spells.
Great. Well, let's do that. Otherwise, we just have to rely on range.
Okay. Viv carefully sets up her little mage pieces, and then a kind of in the moonlight, darkish blue dome just folds into existence.
Right, stick
is,
that in there with something flammable.
The Viv reaches into a pack, produces just a good old-fashioned quart of lamp oil.
Yeah, that should do.
I've probably still got some lamp oil, haven't I?
Starts pouring it in, just... Actually, opens the little jug thing and says, you want to just drop the tube into the jar of oil and set that on fire?
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, can do. Alright, here we go.
Seems the best way to not have it disperse.
And you drop the jar, carefully uncork the vial, drop it into the jar of oil, and step back. Scamp, would you like to do the honours?
Yeah! Pew! Pew pew!
You send a few firebolts in, igniting the oil, step back, and just get it solidly burning, step back, and let it burn until periodically someone you actually no, you just sit for gonna say a good half hour before you go do a check. And you find that the oil...
No one out at sea thinks we're trying to signal them.
Oh, light doesn't leave the dome.
Ah.
It's opaque until Viv kind of carefully checks. Looks like it's all burned out now.
One for luck.
Yeah,
You blast the remnants of the jar just to be safe. Viv also steps in. Actually, Viv can only lean in because she has to be right next to the dome to keep it, but she can peer in. Casts another spell, and peering in, you see just a bonfire out of nothing come into existence and burn all of the glass just for a solid minute. And she leans back out and dismisses the dome.
I feel better.
Yes, that's certainly a weight off the mind.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'd like to get some sleep. It's
Oh, yeah. So
it's,
much sleep.
nearly 1 a.m.
Let's clear up every single thing that's here and make sure there's no trace of anything.
Yep.
Yeah,
And then let's
I
go
agree.
to bed.
You do, and prestidigitate it for good luck.
And some mould earth to move things around, so never use that cantrip. Haha.
Move
I mean, you can
move
literally
the
bury it
sand.
with that,
Yeah,
can't you?
you bury the remnants of the jar and everything, just quite deep enough down that someone's not just going to stand on it.
Yeah.
You don't want that one on your beach day.
Nope.
And this done, you make your way into the dormitories. Lady Grace bids you a good night, as with Viv. They go off to their own room. You head up to the 4th floor, top floor, and following your room key, the doors are numbered. You open it, and you find a actually pretty plush apartment in there. There's a candle by the door which you light, and a few more you can light around the room to get a good sense of it. There is a wide kind of circular, almost circular kind of bed that dominates a fairly again. There's not a massive amount of space. It's a decently sized room. It's not pokey, but emphasis has been put on nice furniture rather than lots of moving around space. That's what the outdoors is for. So there is a very, very well made bed stuffed with, from the feel of it, goose feathers, pillows, sort of poster curtains and all. There is an enamelled tin bath. As well, there are lovingly made cupboards, drawers, everything. There's even a small cupboard just stacked with small, not particularly perishable food,
This is the best thing.
as well as some small bottles of alcohol.
A tiny bottle of alcohol is already open, obviously.
Yeah,
I'm going to eat some of this food.
you raid the minibar.
If I can warm up water, throwing that out there.
That is actually very useful.
Baths.
Yes.
True.
Maybe I could do with one, actually.
There is actually a you notice there is something interesting going on. Something that you've not seen before. So you notice a few things. First of all, there are those little nozzles in the ceiling. And you do notice a pull cord in case you want to flood your room with water, so if it's, say, on fire. Every room has a sprinkler. But there is also a curious pipe set into one wall. It in the corner in the bathroom, as well as the standard sort of chamber pot arrangement going on, which presumably you just take downstairs or leave out for someone to get. There is a large ceramic pipe that goes top to bottom through one corner, and there's a hollow in that pipe. And at the top of that sort of this circular hollow, there is a little lever and what looks like a little brass, a little bit of probably copper piping that comes down. At the bottom, you can see a series of holes, like a little grill, in a porcelain basin with another lever at the bottom. Does anyone want to? If you'd want to try them, do you try the top lever or the bottom lever first?
The top one.
No, we can't resist the lever.
You turn the top lever, a little something opens, and water just in a stream begins flowing down from the pipe at the top into the little porcelain bowl, and then flowing down and away through the little holes in the grill.
Ooh.
Oh, now that's impressive.
What's
the other one do?
You turn the bottom lever, it closes the little holes, and the basin just starts to fill with water.
This is amazing. This is the best thing.
There's a little kind of kettle heater situation where you can start a small fire with candle burners and things like that, and
Just heat it with
just
prestidigitation.
you can heat this up with prestidigitation.
Yeah.
So you're able to just fill a kettle if you really want to fill yourself a bath.
Yes.
See, now, am I being completely and utterly dense here, or am I right in thinking, why are they making weapons if they can engineer something as interesting as this?
This is
the
much
weapons
better.
make money. They're
This can
making
make
money off the Yeah, but in order to develop this, they've been developing weapons which make money quickly, and people will pay before you necessarily get the results, I think.
No
Everyone
war, only
wants
baths.
weapons. Yeah, I like this attitude.
Yes.
You are able to
Yeah, I just looked at my card. I can heat 1 cubic foot of
Oh
shit.
goodness, yeah, you can.
And also I can do 5 things now because it's
Yeah,
involving
you can
cantrips.
very-
I can heat a bath in like 3
you
seconds.
can heat a bath, and if you focus, you can basically jacuzzi this bath because you can continuously heat it with prestidigitation.
It says I can heat or chill 1 cubic foot of material for 1 hour.
Yeah,
without concentrating. So it's pretty easy.
In fact, you just set it going. You basically can jacuzzi this bath. It's great.
Yeah.
Most of the 10 minutes it takes to fill the bath is just filling the kettle up and pouring it into the bath.
That's for everyone.
There is also, you notice, near the bath, there is another of these little levers in the bottom, and you realise you can drain the bath into this pipe system afterwards. So it's all pretty cool. You take some baths. You all start to get some sleep. You just settle down to get some sleep in the plush, wide bed. It's wide enough for 3 of you. This was a bed you were meant to take friends into.
Aww. Do we have an adorable cuddle pile? Is that what happens?
Oh,
Really sweet.
Yeah.
you do. Whether or not that was the intent of the bed maker, however, a cuddle pile occurs.
One assumes there are screens for said bath.
Yeah, there is indeed a deployable screen and such. So you're able to take some baths, and by the time you're done with bathing and so on, had a bit of time in, it's 2 in the morning, and you nestle in and get some sleep. I'm going to say Corzin wakes up first as you hear a clang sound distant somewhere.
What was that?
What? Ah.
It's
Is it still
night.
night?
Oh, it's night. Dead of night. No sign of dawn or anything. You feel like you've been asleep for a bit, maybe a few hours.
What are you talking about? What is it?
What was that?
There was a noise.
Ding. Sounds muffled, like it's coming from the hallway.
There's a bell.
Oh. Can I go to the door and poke my head out?
You open the door, peer out. The hallway... Hat on. The hallway is quiet and dark, as hallways at night are. There are other rooms. Some of the doors are ajar. Ting, 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 ting. You hear the sound of just something rattle down the hallway.
What is that?
Dunno.
Don't go without a weapon.
No, Corzin grabs. Actually, he'd have all of his weapons
Like by the
reasonably to
bed,
hand.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Can
just gonna strap it all on.
While he's strapping his weapons on, can I pop a detect thoughts and just...
You take a few moments.
look around.
It takes like a minute or two, like a minute to get all of your weapons on. So, Celestia, about the time you cast this, Corzin, as you're kind of grabbing your first weapon, starting to pull your weapon sheath, like basically the little harness you use to keep all your weapons together
The
on.
bandolier,
The bandolier and everything. You're peering out. You see someone stumble for a moment around the edge of the hall, just up there, like from where the staircase is. There is light filtering through windows. It's cold blue moonlight, and they seem a little groggy, a little disoriented from a distance. They're probably about 60 feet away down the end of the hall. You wonder if maybe they've been causing the clinking. Celestia, you focus on feeling the mines. Within 30 feet of you, in every direction, there are... One moment. I need to actually do this directly. Yeah, this is an apartment, so it goes up and down. So actually probably not that many. But you can definitely feel the presence of 16 mines.
To go for hallway person.
Hallway persons.
They're looking a bit odd, aren't they?
They're not quite within 30 feet yet, but please note that you have this detect thoughts up.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want to write this down as an actual note. Corzin, though, there is a moment though they do pop into range, because Corzin, you see them. The figure at the end kind of turn. Clink. Clink. They have something stuck on their shoe. Bit of metal or something.
Is that
it's
what's
not
making
stuck
the
on their
clinking noise?
shoe. It's stuck in their shoe. Jammed down through it. You see the glint of a sax blade.
Oh.
And they
Who's the figure?
And they look up suddenly. Their eyes catch the moonlight and gleam reflectively as you see what looks like a member of the research team, someone like in like a sleeping gown or something, or a dressing gown. Their skin looking bluish in the moonlight.
Oh, fuck.
But their eyes burn bright violet. They twist their head almost 90 degrees. And then leap up onto the ceiling and start scrambling towards you.
Oh, fuck.
And that's where we're going to pick up next time.
How are they scrambling? Are they like exorcists scrambling?
Exorcists scrambling along the ceiling.
Oh, no.
Yep.
And we're going to describe that next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
Those healing potions have a trick. First set the bone and then magic. First surgery I've ever found where no blood could be spilt on ground.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.